Yo, how's it going? How's it going, chat? We're back. We
back.
are back. How's it going, Grae, man? How are you doing?
Oh, good. Watched Superman last night, so it's super fresh in my mind. So I did it on
All right.
purpose. Like I was writing my video, then like watch Superman, then go to sleep. Then now we're live. Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's fresh in my mind. So I remember a lot of the details of Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have stuff to say about it.
Yeah, I have a lot of stuff to say about it. I have a lot of stuff to say about it. But yes, we are back. Hopefully, you guys are having a great day. Yeah, basically, the stream is gonna be a crap ton of Superman. Okay, like a lot of Superman, and we're gonna have a we're gonna have a little Chiron scrolling around. Where the hell is it? Where'd it go? I hate the fact that they keep changing stuff. Oh, here it is. Like on what's it called again?
I can't see the chat for me. I like that's on YouTube.
There we go.
Yeah, YouTube keeps changing stuff. Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah. All right. So we have Superman spoilers right over there on the bottom. The Chiron's gonna be spinning around whenever we're talking about Superman spoilers.
We're getting the spoiler already.
No, not yet, not yet. But like whenever you see that thing rolling on the bottom, that's when we're talking about spoilers. So if you guys haven't seen the movie already, I recommend you guys. You can just get out. But the thing is, if you guys don't care, care about that, you guys can hang out, hear about Superman spoilers, and we're gonna be talking about it with our guest tonight. And let's go ahead and welcome our guest in right now. What is happening? Rolo, what's going on, dude?
How's it going, guys? Good to be here. Thank you for having me on. And yeah, I do. Superman is an interesting movie. I'm excited to talk about it. I just watched it a few hours ago, and so it's obviously right there on top of my mind. And I've got I will say this: it's a movie that I could see my feelings on it changing in either direction as time goes on.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see how the greater DC universe is going to work with the style that they've chosen. And it could work, but I could also see it being like not working at all with other characters, but we'll get there.
Hell yeah, man. But shout out to everyone hanging out in the chat. Thank you for everyone. If you guys haven't already done so, like, share, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. And we're gonna start talking about Superman soon in a bit. But we already got some super chats rolling in. We'll get to that in a bit. But thank you guys. We are also live on Rumble, X, and we are also here on YouTube. But let's go ahead and talk to Rolo. Hey, how's it going, man? Thank you so much for hopping on, dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. You guys got me at a good time because I've become like an old man that I go to sleep at like 10:30 every day of the week, and I get up at like 5:30. I get up at like 5:30 every day. And thanks to Mike for the shout out. I love Mike. He's definitely one of my favorite people in the entire internet space, and I've always loved him. He's always treated me really well, like a brother. So. Shout out to you, Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Mike has always been cool. It's like because every time I always see Mike, like before I actually got to like talk to him, was his I guess you would say his reactions and stuff like that with Mario Kart. So with Mario Kart, like hearing him like yelling all the time, I'm like, what? Like, man, is he that angry all the time? And then I actually watch him on like a regular live stream. It's like, no, that dude's like super chill. But yeah,
the secret to Mike, and I'm sure he'll. I don't know if he'll get upset for me revealing the truth about him, is that he is all of these things intermingled, but in person, especially if you're somebody that he cares about, he'll do anything for you. Mike is the type of guy that'll like take the shirt off of his back. He'll pray for you if you've got something going on in your life. And he's had a lot of difficult things going on in his life, and the fact that he still takes the time to care about other people when things are going on with them, to always ask about, what's going on with you or your family or anything like that. Not many people do that nowadays. And I'm sure a lot of people don't think that Mike may be that way. And not just because, how bombastic he can be and how angry he can get playing video games. But I think as a friend, Mike's the best. He's a true gentleman and a scholar, as I like to say.
Yeah, man. Like I've yet to meet Mike in person. I probably will try to meet him in MegaCon
at some
next
point
year.
in the meetups. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, man, he's a real one, dude. Like I've been doing Epic First with him for a little bit now, and he's like super chill, and he's very smart, and it's just like he also makes the stream very funny. I don't know what it is. It's sort of like he has some kind of like aura when he comes in, and then it's just like whether it's like angry, loud, or just just very charismatic. It just feels. I'm not trying to glaze Mike or anything like that. It's just like freaking like
we're waxing
You're
poetic
definitely
here.
trying.
You're
trying.
Mike over here.
You're definitely glazing.
Yes, he's gonna steal Mike's. Mike says he's gonna steal Phil's wallet. Okay, when he sees me, yep, and he's gonna find out that I stole his exclusive, one of a kind Nintendo Switch 2 coin from Best Buy. Yep, I stole this from him. Yep, there it is, Mike. Yeah, how's it feel to get stuff stolen from you now, huh? How's it feel? Oh man, yo, but thank you so much, Rolo, for coming on, man. Really appreciate it. So, for people who don't know who you are you and what do you do?
Well, I'm Rolo, the Puerto Rican Pistolero. I play video games and talk on the internet like a lot of other people do. I didn't originally start that way. I was back in the day, which was probably a Wednesday. I was off social media for years, didn't want to have anything to do with anything, and was very aware of the world that we lived in politically. And then I got into the gun space, and that's where I really got started. Going back on the internet and on social media, discovered a Second Amendment advocacy community there. And from there, got involved going to different events and, got invited to different podcasts in the Second Amendment and kind of, I call it the freedom space. And, was told by a lot of people that, I respect, like Hank Strange. He's one of the OGs in the gun community. Kevin Dixie, he's a firearms instructor and advocate. And, other great people, Argo J, hey, seem to be pretty good at this. Maybe you should do your own show. And it was when COVID and all that stuff happened. So obviously it's like, well, I'm not going anywhere and nothing's going on. Every event that I was going to go to got canceled. So I focused on that. And, I'd watched guys like Ripa, Eric July for a long time.
Yeah.
And, through strange serendipitous events and like single degrees of separation, there's a lot of overlap, obviously, between the gun community having to do with freedom, libertarianism, and all of that. And so eventually had some connections that overlapped. And ironically enough, Eric's got a young woman that works for him named Caro Brown. If you see social media, she does a lot of his scheduling and things like that and event planning. And she's fantastic. And she used to watch the first show that I ever did, which was Locked and Loaded Latinos back in the day. And, I think I'd mentioned Eric, talking about libertarianism or something like that and recommended that people watch him. And she said, I work for Eric. Would you like to come on to his show? I think that you're good. And, it would be awesome. This was back when Eric used to do his daily show and he used to have guests on and things like that. Obviously, he's moved on doing different things. He still does his different shows, but he focuses on Epic. On Ripaverse more than anything else. So was able to go on to his show. Ironically, it was 3 days before January 6th. And a lot of the things that we talked about got thrown out the window after January 6th. And I don't, so it just kind of like blew up the world politically. So, Eric normally would have people on for 30 minutes. We ended up talking to him for like almost 2 hours at the time, and we really hit it off. And, but that all, got blown up. So that never aired. So that was like some underground thing that nobody ever knew about. But Eric remembered us, and we went to an event a few months later called the Solutionary Summit. And it's kind of like a libertarian freedom minded event within the gun community thrown by this gentleman called Maj Toure, who he's got a nonprofit organization called Black Guns Matter to like undermine the whole Black Lives Matter movement and, you know, make it, you know, a double entendre with the guns, but also being about, you know, gun ownership in the black community and destigmatizing that and trying to spread freedom mindedness into the inner city, which, you know, is pretty dominated by the left culturally. So Eric was one of the speakers there. It's perfect. Got to see him in person. We did our podcast there live. Got to interview him and kind of flip the tables around. That was pretty cool. Got to meet his wife. She's fantastic. And, you know, from there, I watched what he was doing and how he got involved with, you know, other people in the space. And then, you know, that's kind of how I got involved in the gaming space. I always did, you know, different gaming streams because I always wanted to set an example of, hey, you can be, you know, conservative leaning or libertarian leaning, freedom minded, constitutionalist, be into guns, but that doesn't mean that you're like some white redneck dude in the mountains, which if you, there's nothing wrong with that either, but that there's a stereotype with this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of times that the media is trying to portray. So I always wanted to do something different. I hated leaning into the race thing, but in the gun community, it was pretty important because there were so few examples of Latinos that were, you know, fairly young, that were into guns and then into video games and all that. So that was always kind of a Trojan horse for bringing in the freedom movement. And then obviously, while that was all going on in the background, we had obviously the repercussions of Gamergate that had been going on for years. Yeah. And really, I think that the Last Jedi kind of blew everything open, combining with the singularity of Trump being elected. And that just opened up the pop cultural political space fusion that we see today, for better or for worse. Mm-hmm. And so that kind of all coalesced at the same time that this was going on in my life. And it was kind of a perfect transition there with trying to combine the two things. So that's kind of how I got involved in that space. And, you know, then everybody's seen me for the last few years on, you know, different channels, Geeks and Gamers. I've been on Epicverse and things like that. Mm-hmm. So, and still doing my own thing. Mostly I've been doing gaming streams. Everybody wants me to get back heavily into politics with my Rolo's Ranch show. Sometimes I don't do it just because it can be fatiguing.
Yes, and, exactly. Yeah, 100%. I get that.
Yeah, and you know, as somebody who used to do a show with like a co-host, switching to a solo show, I've been a lot better at it than I thought I would be. Mm-hmm. But it can be a challenge sometimes, like talking 2 or 3 hours and you're alone. But I guess I'm kind of a gas bag, so I can do it.
Yeah,
I don't know how Mike does it with as much energy as he does, though, where he can do it like solo for like 2 hours at midnight, just talking crazy. Like that's a special talent. I can do that, but my energy level is like 5 or 10 below his.
Yeah. So, yeah. Like for me, like I can't talk about stuff like, but I can't be about like one singular topic. Like for me, like I like talking about like multitudes of topics, like whether or not it's like video games, movies, hot girls with big ass titties, politics, or whatever, right? It's all like a hodgepodge of random shit that I'm into. And but sometimes, man, when you're on a topic, it's like it's sometimes you just like you lose track of time.
Yeah. And sometimes like in my state, like I've been telling Phil recently, like Phil, I'm so tuned out of the woke stuff, so I don't have the same drive anymore it's always the same talking points, it's always the same problems that all these people never learn and blah blah blah. But it's more like I kind of have to now, because that's mainly the content of this channel. But like if given a choice, like I would rather talk about something else, like video games or anime. Because like there's some stuff like politics, DEI. It's like it gets old really fast. Like it's like you want to take a break first before you want to go back into it. So definitely get that.
Absolutely.
And that's why the video game stuff, like sort of like in between. Like let's say if we're talking about, I don't know, like the Epstein stuff, right? That's that, like it's like, man, I'm pissed off about this, and you're like, man, I'm freaking tired about talking about it. I'm gonna play some video games, right? And that's where your escapism come from. But unless you're playing a game that has woke ideology bullshit in there, that's shoved in there, you're like, oh, bro, I just wanted to get away from the real life shit so I can focus on stuff I like. And that's the reason why I think, a Breitbart said it best, right? What's it called again? I think politics is downstream
of culture.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's why it's very important that we need to make sure that like the stuff that we are talking about does not inundate into like whatever we're consuming as I see, people who enjoy video games, movies, and stuff like that. But hell yeah, man, like that's cool. Like I love hearing backstories and stuff. And what's it called? And thank you so much for coming on. Now, have you? Let's talk about Superman. We can talk a little bit about Superman, but before we get there, let's go ahead and read some super chats to see. Carlos Lima with the 5. What's up, my Asian brothers? I hope you all had a great week. Project Eggroll, let's fucking go. Thank you, Carlos Lima, for the 5. Thank you, man. Melodic Method with the 5. I would love to actually care. A recent movie release. Yeah, I definitely should care actually, but unfortunately.
Yeah, there's that. Even like the wokeness in movies for me, it's like they're highly correlated nowadays. So it's like I'm kind of fatigued with that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the 5. Thank you. Mad Frog with the 2. Phil can talk about Blair White for 3 hours. Look here, Mad Frog. All right.
It's not enough. 3 hours is not enough.
Look, 3 hours. I need like at least 7 to talk about Blair White. Okay. And the thing, look. Like Rolo, the backstory is basically someone asks, "Hey, who would you rather? It's like a woke, like liberal, like transgender, or Blair White?" And without a hesitation, I said Blair White immediately because of commonality, not because of the penis, but because of the politics and the gun owning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so, yeah. But yeah, thank you.
It's like if you got to deal with somebody, then you might as well deal with somebody that you have some things in common with.
Yeah, absolutely. But thank you, Matt Frog, for the 2. And DB Wild with the 2. Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours talking about boobs and ass and stuff like that. So, yep. And the thing is, the reason why I talk a lot about that is because it's something that I enjoy. And we don't see a lot of it out of Hollywood and video games anymore. So that's the reason why when we see censorship, we hate it a lot. Or when we see Hollywood uglifying women in our spaces, it's like making Lara Croft like masculine or something like that. It pisses us off, but thank you for the 2, DB Wild. And Mitchell Fields with the 2. Did Phil say Blair White? I was reading a super chat, Mitchell. But yes, I did. Yes, I did say Blair White.
See, the thing is that being in the gun community for a few years, I've met enough women that are in the gun community that are feminine, but they're still badass. So, these things aren't mutually exclusive. So, and obviously you see all different types of people too, right? Like you see dudes that are like, bro, maybe you should go to the gym before carrying a gun because you're going to get a heart attack before you even get a chance to shoot somebody. And then you'll see the other extreme too, where you will see ridiculous like women that are just like, you're running around in a bathing suit with like a 50 caliber. It may look kind of cool, but it's totally impractical. So it's like you got these weird extremes sometimes. And then you've got like the reality is there's actually just cool people that do this stuff, and there are men and women that do it, and they can be badass and they can still look feminine. Like I know plenty of women that they'll go out onto the shooting range, outshoot most of the men and wear body armor and all this stuff. And then you'll see them at like an event, a speaking event later on, and they're wearing like a dress and they're made up, and you would never know that they could kick your ass. So I mean, you can, these things are possible.
Yeah,
you don't have to turn women into men to make them badass.
Yes. And here's the thing, like here's my inner gooner, being a guy who's on the internet, and I'm like, oh, I think I know who this person is. And then I was looking at like Gun Magazine and stuff like that. I'm like, why does this girl look so familiar? I've seen this girl before. Like she's like dark hair. She looks sort of like dark skinned, like sort of like brown skin. Could be Hispanic or whatever. But what's it called again? She's holding a gun. I'm like, I've seen this girl before, 100%, right? And I'm like, is that Bonnie Rotten?
Oh my God.
I was like, oh, it's her name is like Alina, right? Alina, I think Hicks, her original name, and then she got married. And I'm like, oh, and then a lot of people did not like her because of what her background was, right? I'm just like, but she's like, she gave all that up. She's not doing it anymore. But she's like, she's all into like the 2A stuff. She got married, she had a kid, and I think she lives in Texas or something like that. But yeah, I'm just like, oh, I know who she is, right? But same thing with like, what's it called again? Like Brandy Love, right? I think it was like that was a turning point or something like that. Or she went there, and then some of the parents were like, some of the guy parents are like, I know who you are, right? I used to watch you when I was younger, right? And then I guess they sort of kicked her out, right? And it's sort of like in this space, it's you have a bunch of people, whether or not like for me, I used to feel like whenever it comes down to like, I guess you would say conservative or the gun toting sphere, you know, the 2A community, I think especially for the 2A community, like I'm pretty open to like whoever it is, as long as like you're not a fucking crazy person. Like even if like we have completely opposite like political views. Like my cousin, fucking woke as fuck, right? Insanely TDS. And then when Trump won 2024, and he's like, he reached out to me and my brother-in-law. And my brother-in-law's a cop, right? And he was like, I need a gun. I was like, oh, now you need a gun because you're scared, right? But the thing is that whether or not he for whatever reason, like we're like, welcome arm, you know, open arms, come on in, you know, whoever we can get from the liberal Democratic side to become more 2A, because once they become more 2A, they know how hard it is to actually get a gun in California, what stupid laws you have to go through to even get one, and how long does it take to get a CCW. He lives in Orange County. Orange County is a red county. It'll be a little easier. He used to live in LA County. LA County, you have to wait 2 years to even get an interview for a CCW. Right? For me, I think it took me 6 months to get an interview, and then it took me about like another 4 months to do everything else, right? So the more people we can get onto the 2A side, the better, is because it's an expensive hobby. And then you're like, man, I invested a bunch of my money into this hobby that I really like, and the government is preventing me from having fun, and it sort of changes their mentality. And that's what we want, right? We want more people, not for them to become like conservative or whatever, but we want them to sort of be like more in the middle, like think with your head, libertarian, like kind of mindset. But yeah,
they'll become more self-sufficient. They'll become more invested in themselves, and it usually is a gateway. So and then you can start hitting them heavy. It's like, well, it's not just a hobby, you know, there's a reason for this. You know, why the founders thought this was important, why even as bad as things have gotten in the United States, why they don't get past a certain point, because it's almost like an insurance policy where the government's like, well, we can't F around too much or else we will find out. So that's why they always try to do crafty ways, usually through like propaganda more than anything else with the media, to try to sway public opinion on gun ownership. And that's why they, you know, they exploit tragedies and things like that, because they know there's nothing that they can do. If they use like an iron fist to try to confiscate things, then it proves the point of the Second Amendment. It's like, well, it's to stand up against a tyrannical government. Here they are now, they're being tyrannical. So they've proved our point. So they can't do that. I mean, they could, but then they lose. They lose that argument immediately by default. So they have to be duplicitous and get us to want to do it ourselves. They can't force us to do it. You know, eventually they may get to that point. It happens many times in history, but it's a lot more difficult once that genie's out of the bottle. It's like, well, there's a lot of guns and a lot of people that know how to use them, and a lot of people that were trained by the government to use guns that would defend the Second Amendment as well. So it's not, you're not just dealing with, you know, a bunch of nerds like us that, you know, we just wanted to shoot guns one day because we saw them in video games and we thought it was cool. And then we started getting training and things like that. And look, there are a lot of us that know how to shoot better than a lot of police officers, and even some guys that, if they weren't special ops guys in the military, I've seen guys that train, you know, harder than anybody in law enforcement or the military and competition shooters. So, but you know, that's the truth. Like they're messing with people that are pretty well educated, and some of them that are educated by their own system. So it's like, they're not going to mess with that. They have to try to subvert it and get us to ask for it ourselves, essentially.
Yeah.
And remove that attachment for it. So we have to be like, no, guns are icky. They're evil. If you have one, you're like a leper. We can't touch you. We can't be around you. You're poisonous. And that's what they try to do. And that's with anything that they disagree with, right? It's not just guns. It's the First Amendment, pop culture, all that. And so that's why this all is intermingled. If you care about freedom of any sort, whether it's freedom of thought, of your ability to do things that you want to do, or earn money the way that you want to, this is all intertwined, and it falls under that umbrella.
And my favorite thing that not to glaze the Asian people, right, but Lily Tang Williams, like one of my favorite people.
She's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I love that what she had a little thing with David Hogg, right? And it's like, can you guarantee that the government will not be tyrannical? And then he said, there's no way I can guarantee that the government will not become tyrannical. And she says, well, then the gun control debate is over. Just like, right? It's because that's the reason why Second Amendment is there. And the thing is, like, a lot of people take it for granted, right? They take the First Amendment, the Second Amendment for granted here. And then whenever they go to a different country, they're like, they don't have these same rights that we do here in the States, right? And Grae can attest to that, right? Like he's in the Philippines, I'm not sure how like, do you guys like have a freedom of speech over there? Like, right. So like, it's the thing is, a lot of countries don't. So when you go to like specific countries, if you say like, F the president or something like that, or even if you go to Thailand, you said F the king, like you. You're basically gone, right? All right, cool. That like I love. We can talk about like two-way politics stuff like for like a long time, but I do want to talk about Superman because it's the hot button issue, and it has the internet. And when I say the internet, I'm talking about like the comic book nerd fandom in like some kind of uproar. Like there's a lot of friction between both sides.
People are so divided to this.
But this is the type of division I like, though. It's like why is this Superman better than this Superman? Like, and that kind of stuff. So, and that leads us into our next segment here. So we're going to be talking about Superman 2025, and we're going to talk about spoilers. And it's going to be a review. I won't say a review. It's just going to be like spoilers, what you guys thought about it. So if you guys don't want any spoilers, if you guys don't want any of the what we're going to be talking about, you guys can either mute or come back later. But when the Chiron disappears, we're no longer talking about Superman 2025. So let's go ahead and let's talk about it right now. Rolo, what do you think about the movie?
So I had not. Well, I guess I had. First of all, I guess I have to put a couple disclaimers. Superman has never been one of my favorite superheroes. And it's because I always thought he was a little bit too perfect. So to me, he was always a little bit boring of a superhero. He's almost like he is the stereotypical superhero, right? Like, if you go into like any AI and you say, create a generic superhero based on the archetypes that we expect, it's going to be Superman most of the time, down to the costume, to the powers that he's got and everything like that. So I've always found him a little bit boring, never hated him or anything like that. Batman is probably more of my favorite hero in the DC space. And I think I've always liked, guys that are really just normal men that use technology or their brains or their skills to achieve things. That's why I love Iron Man and Tony Stark too, even before the Marvel movies. He was always my favorite, like Marvel Ultimate Alliance and things like that. And I love Tony Stark's almost being like an anti-Batman, but being very similar when you think about it, that they're both rich businessmen, totally different attitudes and motivations, but they use their skills and fortune technology to become heroes. So that being said, so usually most Superman movies, the Christopher Reeve movies are great in their campy way. And I love Christopher Reeve, but Superman was always a little bit boring to me. I didn't hate Man of Steel or any of these other movies like a lot of people did, but for me, it's like it's Superman. It's mid, just because of how I feel about him as a character. I really did love like the Justice League cartoons from back in the day.
Those are so good.
That's really what I love, because it was campy but still a little bit serious. And I think I will say this, I almost feel like that's where they're going to try to go with this series, and it could be successful, especially when they did show, I mean, we're going to talk spoilers. They showed the Hall of Justice and it looked perfect. I thought that was great. So there are good things here. I will say this, like the short thing that I can say about this movie is that I really wasn't sure what to expect. James Gunn can be hit or miss. I loved Guardians 1, did not like Guardians 2. I liked Guardians 3 a lot as well.
Yeah,
and you know, same thing with you know, some of the DC movies. This movie is a movie that I can say there's a part of me that as a movie, now I will say this, I didn't think it was woke at all. So it was great, like you said, that we can debate the movie on its merits and not political stuff. And even the movie itself has a great comment at the end where they're showing, you know, different news clips, and somebody who I'm assuming is like a rival of Lex Luthor that runs another company is like, finally, something that Democrats and Republicans can both agree on. Lex Luthor is a loser and he sucks, or something like that. And so I was like, see, even the movie itself is like saying like, see, we didn't go there. We didn't make it political. And everything that has to do with the plot of the movie has nothing to do with like real world politics, unless a military invading another country, that's political, but that's a generic plot point. Let's be honest. So that's not even a crazy thing. So I think that in that regard, it was good. It's a movie that I watch and I'm like, this movie's a little bit cheesy. It's a little bit disjointed with the plot, but for some reason, I really enjoyed it a lot. And I can't explain why, because objectively, I could look at it and say, this is not that great of a movie, but I really liked it. And I feel like it's one of those. And I think what it has to do with is that in a way, and I think what's the gentleman who plays Superman? I'm terrible at this.
David Corenswet.
I thought he was a great Superman. I actually really enjoyed him a lot. He looked the part. He came with a naivety to Superman that I liked, because Superman is supposed to be kind of a pure messianic figure. He's like a Jesus Christ type of superhero when we think about it, because he's always perfect. He's always righteous. He's all powerful in many ways when you think about it. His weaknesses are pretty niche and he can overcome them, you know. And he was raised by like a good family. And I feel like that was really portrayed very well here. That in a way, he's like, I'm just some nice guy that's trying to do the right thing. And I was like, that's actually pretty relatable. That's really relatable. And I did like that. So it felt like a very optimistic movie. And I did not think that I was going to like that. I thought that would be hokey, but for some reason I did like it. But I don't know. I don't know where they're going to go with the rest of this. Like, I don't know how Batman is going to fit into this universe that is a little bit more lighthearted. But we had an Adam West Batman back in the 60s. So maybe we're just going to get a different Batman, and it may not be the Batman that we're used to since the 1980s, but it might be just as legitimate if we consider Adam West a legitimate Batman, the campy 1960s Batman, which I think, you know, deserves credit there too. And that's a very important part of Batman's history as a character. So I don't know. So that's kind of my short take on it.
All right, cool. Grae, what about you?
Yeah, so I kind of tweeted this last night after watching. So, like, if you treat it as generally a superhero film, I think it's fine. It's okay, but I feel like Superman himself, which is supposed to be his movie, he got sidelined a lot.
Yeah.
I know, like, I don't expect I expect the hero in the story in this movie, like somewhere along the way they get beaten up, they get annihilated by the villain, and then they redeem themselves in the end. But 80 to 90% of the film, he gets beaten up. Like, you only see him, you know, being the actual Superman at the very end of the movie, which I found really weird. Like, at the very start, he's getting beaten up by Ultraman. He's getting outmaneuvered and outsmarted by Lex Luthor at every turn. It's like why? It's like, is it like, I don't know. It's like, whenever I think about Superman, and especially is can you guys hear some kind of noise?
There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So when you like, especially supposedly the first chapter of Superman, like, you would think like I think for me it's important that since it's like your mascot, DC's top tier superhero character, I think him having superpowers should feel special. Like, but they kind of killed that at the very beginning. Like, because they started the film like kind of like Star Wars esque, like long ago in a galaxy far, far away. They did that approach at the start. So it's like 3 centuries ago, meta humans came to the world, people with superpowers. So it's like for me, that's a really, really terrible way to start. It's like that kind of kills Superman being special. Like already people came in with superpowers. So okay, so it's a commonality that people with superpowers are around. So I feel it took away a big chunk of Superman. Like I think Superman should have been the first guy to actually, for the world to see, oh, this guy's beyond the average human being. So there's that. That's bad start. And yeah, he kept getting, beaten up all throughout. Yeah, I get it that a superhero, has its downs at some point, but they overdid it. But I understand like the problem with Superman right now is that there's so many iterations of it in the past, and a lot of people like the Reeves one, some people like Cavill's, some people like etc. etc. So the hard part with Gunnside is like you have to strike a balance between sticking to the original source material and at the same time introducing something fresh. Because like if you stick to the comic books too much, people are gonna say, "Oh, James Gunn's really lazy. He just adopted what's in the comic books and then applied it to the movie." So he has to introduce something new. But I think what I really think is he went overboard doing that. I think he didn't strike a balance between the old and trying something new. I think he went way beyond. He went too much on the new side, like introducing something new, and yeah, that kind of I think damaged the film in terms of like being disjointed, as you said, Pistolero. Like I feel like there's so many subplots in this 2-hour movie. There's just too many, and there's too many characters for sure. Like that's what I was been saying ever since we've seen the trailers. There's too many characters in this short span of time, and yeah, I don't know. It's like the design of like Ultraman. He reminds me of Black Noir from The Boys.
Yeah, he did look like Black Noir.
He looks like Black Noir. It's like okay. Anyway,
well, if you think about it, like okay, this is also a little spoiler for The Boys. It's like it's basically the same premise in The Boys. So like at least the graphic novel, right. The graphic novel, not the show, right? So yeah, go ahead.
Oh, absurdity said exactly what I was going to say, and kind of agreeing with what Grae said that it wasn't like Superman's movie. This was Mr. Terrific's movie.
Yeah,
I had no idea who the hell Mr. Terrific was before. As soon as I heard Mr. Terrific, I love that even spoiler alert, Nathan Fillion is the Green Lantern, which that I did not, as somebody that I didn't really spoil this movie at all, barely watched any trailers. I don't know if that was already revealed. So
yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was great. I thought that was fantastic. But even for him to say, like, you call yourself Mr. Terrific, you don't get a vote. And I was like, this dude is awesome. I was like, he really is. He's the best character in the damn movie because there are just so many moments where he is like the audience. But at the same time, he's also so cocky and arrogant and smooth about it. I love his actor. He's in For All Mankind as well, which is a great show that nobody talks about, which is one of my favorite shows of all time. He's like a black Elon Musk in that show, and he's fantastic, great actor. But he is just so he's terrific. What can I say? I'll just throw it out there. He's awesome. And he just and I love how he calls Superman out. He's like, bro, of course we're gonna kill things. Like what? It's an evil monster. Yeah. Of course we're gonna kill it. Like, what do you want us to do? I just like how he calls them out. He's like, he's so matter of fact and realistic. It's like an absurd situation. And I know that'll annoy some people because the humor can't hit wrong, but when it does hit, it hits well. It may not feel like Superman movie, but there is moments when Mr. Terrific just loves saying like, this is a pocket universe. I can't believe he made a pocket universe. This is what happens when you create a pocket universe. This is ridiculous. Why would you ever do? And it's just like they throw it on there, and I get why the movie will be polarizing. At the same time, I also understand why people will love it because it does have good moments.
Yeah.
Like that,
and I think that's one of the things they got right. This movie it's like the casting. I think
Yes.
David's ratio. I think this is one of the best Lois lanes in my opinion.
No doubt.
You got it right. Yeah.
Yes, because she is she is a strong, independent woman, but she's still very feminine. She's very much in love. She's very much in love with Clark Kent. She understands her limitations too, though. But I love it because she takes everything in stride. Like, she's literally going over like the conspiracy meme whiteboard, and like the world is ending around her. And they just have those moments. You know what this movie, the tone felt like? It reminded me of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. That's kind of the feel that it had, where it was like the stakes are serious, but it's got the humor, but it's not exactly like Marvel's type of humor. It really was almost kind of that Sam Raimi-ish humor in a way. And sometimes with James Gunn's obviously being James Gunn, like he can't be, it's hit or miss. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes you're just like, oh, but, and there were those moments there. So like I said, it's a weird one. It's like, I know that I'll watch it again. I'll be like, this is objectively not that good of a movie, but I really enjoyed it. It's going to be like a guilty pleasure.
Yeah,
I feel like that's how it's going to be for me.
And for me, it's like, I don't know. I find it like I get what Gunn was going for with the plot, with the subplot of the Kryptonian, where Luthor manipulated the hollow of the parents. Like, I think you gotta get more wives. I think that's a bit much, even though like he was trying to like, draw outrage, a realistic way of depicting outrage on social media. I think that's a bit too much. Like,
So here's the thing. We don't know whether or not that's true, because as of right now, if you just watch this movie just by itself, there is no explanation whether or not the video was doctored, and you have
everyone tells you that it was.
So you have to take it as a face value, right? Whether or not the video was doctored. So the thing is that let's say if I watch this movie and this movie only, or let's say it's a movie that's so bad that there's going to be no other Superman movie ever in the future to sort of answer this question. This is the only thing that you get. You get that this thing is, hey, Superman's parents was like, hey, we want you to go to Earth. You're going to serve the people of Earth, but they're also stupid and they're dumb. I want you to spread your Kryptonian seed, take many wives, and rule without mercy, right? It's like, oh, they're going to explain this in Supergirl. It's like, bitch, what about this movie? You could have done something really simple at the end. And it's like, I guess that I guess people didn't really care whether or not the Superman's parents were good guys or not. It's like they could have done something super quick, like less than a minute. They could explain it, but they didn't. So that's the thing that you got to take as face value. The fact that they didn't explain it, we have to take it like, yep, this is what they basically, they're Viltrumites. They're fucking Viltrumites from Invincible, and this is basically their parents agree with Zod, because this is what Zod would have done. Right. So it's just that's the reason why like I hate that the most about this movie, is because the retcon of Jor-El. And here's the thing, you're like, well, how did Superman actually become like a good, like upstanding man in civilization, right? It's not from Mom and Pa Kent, because they're sort of dumb.
I think this movie tried to show that.
What are you doing? Hey, who are you talking about in the background? It's like, the thing is, like, they feel like the country bumpkin, like what Jeremy would say. Those are like his parents, right? It's from Alabama, right? But it's not the Mom Pa Kent that we got, like, because he was basically raised by one set of parents, versus, like, I guess you would say in other movies he was raised by like both the Kryptonian parents and Earth parents. So go ahead, Rolo.
I think, when I first saw them, I thought they were being caricatured, because I did think that was like, okay, they're going really far over the top with the country bumpkin thing. So it annoyed me at first, because I thought being a survivor of woke PTSD in entertainment, I was like, oh, here we go. This is going to be their one little jab of being woke here. Like, if you're from like the South or the country, you must be like some idiot.
I saw that too.
That's awful.
Oh man.
So that's really where I thought at first. I do think that the scene where Lois ends up taking him back to his parents, and they go to the farm, and she sees the bedroom and all this stuff, and then realizes like he's legit seeing the genuine emotion of his parents, and how good they are. I think that's what they wanted to show. And I think even Superman's character being a little bit naive, like when he has that monologue at the end with, you know, in front of Lex Luthor, it's not your typical monologue that you'd hear from a lot of superheroes, that when you think about it, they sound like they're really articulate and college educated, or they were in the military. So Captain America can give a great speech because he was an officer, he's a leader. Tony Stark can do it because he's a genius. But it really sounded like this Superman was just a normal dude who happens to be almost omnipotent, and he was raised by like salt of the earth people who are just decent human beings. And he's trying to do the right thing. And I do think that the film did a good job of trying to show that, and at least, you know, show it through his parents and through his own character. And so that did resonate with me on that part. And I think it does annoy me with what they did with his Kryptonian parents, but it does fit with the character within this universe, and trying to emphasize of, if at the end they don't retcon that again and they just say like, yes, his parents in this reality that we've created, they weren't that good, and Kryptonians are authoritarian or whatever. Okay, maybe that's gonna be what it is. They're all bad. The message is he rose above that. Like, despite being a being that was given all this power, he chose, or he interpreted it this way. And despite hearing the contrary, which again, if they don't retcon it and it's true, his parents wanted him to be like a dictator and an authoritarian, even though he heard later on, and he clearly loved his parents, because, you know, whenever something bad happens, his robots will show video of that. So obviously that's his like safety blanket. So that has a huge impact on this particular Superman. He's got mommy and daddy issues when it comes to that, or that's what he tries to live up to. Even when that was shattered, instead of being like, well, now my parents want me to be this authoritarian dude, let me change it, he was like, no, it's still wrong, I'm not going to do it. And he loses himself, but his father, through a very like simple and emotional scene, brings him back. And I thought that was actually pretty decent. Maybe I'm just a sap.
No. I think that part was a great part for John Kent, right? For Papa Kent.
Yeah.
I think what we should have gotten, and I feel like this movie is definitely like 20-30 minutes too short, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
We need it more.
It is.
Yeah. And we do know that they cut like 20 minutes of the silly, goofy stuff. But let's say if it like some of the good stuff were in there that were cut. Like I feel like, let's say after Lois drops off what's it called, Superman, at his parents' house, right? And she looks around his room, it's like, wow, this is where you grew up, right? And then like she goes through like what they should have added was her going through like childhood albums of Superman, right?
Talking with her.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then the mom and the dad's like, yep, that was him. And, you know, you're trying to raise him as best as we could, something like that. It's like, it would have been great, but they didn't add that in. We needed that.
I feel like the conversation, like towards the end with his dad, like when he told him, oh, it's the choices and actions that define. I felt like there should have been another scene before that. I felt like something was missing, like Clark breaking down a little bit more than, you know, him bringing him up, encouraging him. I felt like there was a scene there that got cut for sure. And like it's like, for me, it's like that. I get it. Like the entirety of the movie was about, you know, Clark having some sort of weakness, like, you know, having self-doubt of himself. But my issue is like how it began. Like, if you guys remember, like the narration, like 3 decades ago, like Superman came to Earth and like he grew up and blah blah blah. But the thing is that one of the texts they wrote at the start is like he lost for the first time ever in any battle. But throughout the movie, that doesn't seem like it. It feels like he lost so many times already. This is not the first time he lost. It feels like he lost so many times. So for me, that's the contradiction. Like, this doesn't. You started off saying that this is a seasoned Superman already. This is not the start of his story. So he should have more experience, more, you know. He encountered problems in the past that he knows how to overcome already. But it doesn't seem that way throughout the film. So I feel like there's a disconnect at the start and the entirety of the movie. So that's what I felt. And yeah. And what else? It's basically, you know, it's like, yeah, Mr. Terrific took the spotlight. Crypto took way too much time. Like he had too much time. Like
yeah,
the dog took way too much time.
Like I think the part that like Crypto was in it a lot, right? He was like he was like literally like a sidekick, right? He's a sidekick to Superman.
Yeah, a lot.
And like Grae, we talked about this several weeks
that's
ago.
Merchandising. That's merchandising
yes, it is.
all the way. There's going to be Crypto stuffed animals everywhere.
Kids will like it. The girls will like it. People who have the people who are dog lovers will like it. I get it. But the thing is, remember that the scene we talked about how he's like, "Where's the dog? Where's the dog?" Right? It wasn't even his dog. He didn't care about the dog. He was just dog sitting for his cousin the entire time. He's like, so you have an attachment to it. It's like, I'm just looking after it. It's like, so it's like him being so upset about that.
Like, and remember what I told you that time, because we didn't know like where the Superman arc is at. I was under the assumption that he was just starting out as Superman, but no, that's wrong. Like at the start of the film, no, this is Superman with significant amount of experience already on what it means to be a superhero, how he has to portray himself. So it's like he's already very seasoned, so he shouldn't have. Yeah, I'm at your side now. He shouldn't have acted that way.
Let's go.
This is an experienced Superman. This is not a green Superman anymore. So yeah.
But, like one major thing is I think there are very, very good moments in this movie that was cut short because James Gunn didn't trust himself. He didn't trust. He didn't trust in his writing. He didn't trust in his direction to let things marinate just a little bit more. I think the Paul Kent scene with Superman and him sitting on the porch was a very good scene. You know, for me, like being a father, I have a son. I was like, that's exactly what I want my son to be. Right? Like I wish they gave it like another 10 seconds. Right, and then Ma Kent comes like, oh, look at him all mush. Come on inside and check out the box. It's like, let it sit a little bit more, right? And same thing with the speech at the end, right? The speech, what Rolo mentioned, the speech at the end when he's talking to Lex, like, hey, I put my feet in it, you know, I take one step at a time. I'm human too, you know, like I'm not an alien and stuff like that. And then after all that, right before, like, and then gets cut short by Crypto freaking chomping at Lex. We needed. Like I understand why Asians eat dogs now, right? It's just like they're fucking in the way all the
time. no.
Going there.
Oh man, but the thing is, it's like, and the dog kept like chewing at his, like biting his feet and stuff like that, and it's like, yes, oh, like my dog would have done that. Like I understand that, but still, like your dog should be a little bit more well behaved. But we all know that why the dog's not well behaved is because of at the end of the movie, it shows that like, this is Supergirl's dog. This is Kara Zor-El's dog, right? She comes in all like drunk and shit like that, and then she leaves, and then she's like, all right, see ya, bitch. Just leaves. So there are a lot of good stuff, but there are a lot of things that I can't forgive it. Is because I just wish that there wasn't so many men crying in it. Like Metamorphose crying, and like Lex Luthor cries, Superman cries, Papa Kent cries. Like I get it, but like I wish like we got a little bit less of that. And we like, and going back to that the message earlier, this scene, the most badass, most memorable scene in the entire movie, it's not Superman, it's Mr. Terrific. And then even Lois Lane was like, holy shit, that's badass. Right? Like that, she should have done that with Superman, but we never got that.
Exactly.
Okay, I know it's a freaking superhero trope, especially for Superman. She should have fell out of a building, and Superman saves her. Boom. Are you okay? You get a little bit more of that person to person, because the only two times that Superman talks with Lois Lane is the scene where they're arguing / interview, and then the part where was an actual really good scene where he's in his own apartment with the freaking monster fighting in the background. But it's like the whole James Gunn sort of ruins it, because that scene was a very crucial scene between him and Lois. That's undermined it by a freaking monster in the background being fought by the Justice Gang, is because, hey, aren't you supposed to go out there and fight with them? They got it. It's like, bro, I thought you wanted to save everyone. That's the reason why you broke all of these freaking like international laws by going to other countries and shit like that. Doing that kind of stuff. But whether or not you want to compare these two countries to either, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, it doesn't matter, right? It's just like, if you really want to save everyone, go outside and help them save your city from this fucking crazy monster. And I think it's just I think there's too much MCU James Gunn stuff.
Well, I think if you want to go there, he's very much for better or for worse, and maybe this actually makes him more realistic in the context, and we may not like him. He's very much a millennial or Gen Z Superman. Now, not in the woke sense, because he's not bitching about things or complaining about social justice or anything like that. But he's definitely like, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that, being in tune with your emotions. But I agree with that scene. He got a little bit too much into his feels. It's like, bro, you can get into your feels as a man. Like, I agree with that. Sometimes men, there's a reason why men commit suicide at a higher rate than women do. This is something that we talk about in the gun community a lot. And it is because a lot of times we don't allow ourselves to feel emotions. We're like, I'm good, bro. And it's like, no, you're really not. Like, you're like drinking every day and you're like borderline suicidal, but it's like, but you got to man up. So I agree that's a problem sometimes with men, but it's also the expectation at the end of the day is I can feel these things, but when shit hits the fan, I can't let this affect me. After I deal with the shit that's hit the fan and I've cleaned it up, then I can sit down and be like, that was fucked up. It really affected me. And I need to talk about it because I'm like jacked up right now, like emotionally. I like fight this interdimensional monster. I'm losing my mojo. I don't know what's going on. The internet hates me. And now I can do it. Now I can talk. Now I can talk to my Chica over here. And she's going to listen to me, but it's after I took care of business. Because if the business is out there, she's going to be like, yo, this is kind of fucked up. Like, I can't respect the man that's letting the city get destroyed.
Yeah, here's hot cocoa.
He's in his feels. So I agree that now I get that was a James Gunn scene. Now, the exposition in the scene was great.
Yes.
And I do think that the chemistry between Lois and Superman or Clark Kent is fantastic. I love that scene where
very good.
See, this movie subverts expectations in a good way. Like when they're getting into that debate where she's busting his balls at the Daily Bugle, near the beginning. And she's like, oh, one of Clark's articles. Like, we know how that's going to be. And it's like, oh, how do you get all these interviews with Superman? And at that point, we as the audience don't know that they're already deep in their relationship and they've been dating.
Yep.
And so she's literally busting his balls out in the open and nobody else knows what's going on. But they actually do kind of know what's going on. That's the funny thing.
It's like at the end of the movie, it's like, oh, how long have they been going out for? 3 months?
Around 3 months.
It's like, but in a way that is kind of realistic because people do shit like that all the time. Like, how many people have affairs or let's go, hey, this is Project Eggroll. Let's go to the Asian style. How many K-pop stars have to hide the fact that they're having relationships, but as idols,
all of them have to.
They
right?
can't
By
admit
contract.
it because they'll get canceled and then they'll commit suicide because that's what they all do. So that's the
we're gonna lose a lot of money. What are you doing?
It's like, of course, they're driving these kids to suicide. But that's another tangent there. If you want to talk about crazy K-pop shit, I know way too much about that for no reason. And it's wild. It's wild. K-pop is something else. I lived in Japan for 2 years too. I know a lot about that. That's why I'm like Ultraman. That's not the Ultraman that I know.
Yeah.
I have those action figures. I grew up with that. These are not the Ultramen and the Power Rangers that I know. I watched this in Japan. I watched it with subtitles.
I was like, that's not Ultraman. Where's the necklace where he fucking grows really big? What
exactly.
That's another weird thing. Like the Ultraman subplots, like I find the motive of the casting of Lex Luthor is good. Like the guy who played Lex Luthor is good. But
I kept seeing him as Shaggy though from Scooby Doo, which is the live action one, and I couldn't get out of I'm like Zoinks, Crypto. What are you doing here? If it hadn't been for you meddling kids, I would have gotten away with this.
Yeah, but his motive is really weak. Like my understanding towards the end, like why he did everything, like the Bolavia plot, just the entire thing was set up just so I can kill you. But he had a lot of instances.
You could have killed him at any time.
Yeah, so why didn't you do it? But like 1 hour ago, or while he was at the Pocket Universe, while the Crypto was in his face, you could have killed him then and there. So that's the part. Like it feels like it's all over the place.
Well, and I wonder if that was tropish or not, because there are moments where the movie leaned heavily in. At least I felt either stylistically or tonally, where it was almost like, look, ultimately this is a comic book hero. We know that in comics, sometimes they get away with things that are like absurd. but because the art is so good and it is so well articulated as an art form, you kind of accept it. But when you think about it, you're like, you know what? This is a little bit ridiculous that we got out of this situation this way. This is like a big MacGuffin here. Mm-hmm. So I do feel like the movie did that sometimes, where it was almost like a wink and a nod, like, we know this is ridiculous, but it's a comic book movie, so it's supposed to be ridiculous. And again, for better or for worse, again, it's in James Gunn's kind of style where sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know?
Yeah.
I think it goes to, again, just as Superman is quintessentially a Gen Z millennial dude, now, albeit more conservative, Lex Luthor is more like the snot-nosed, whiny liberal guy that feels entitled. And I do think if you think about the movie in that context, their motivations are realistic, because I could see like a Mark Zuckerberg or somebody like that having a shit fit and saying like, Elon Musk is getting more publicity than I am. Like, this is bullshit. I'm going to end the entire world just so that I'm the most popular guy. I was like, you know what? I do believe that one of these assholes in the social media would do some shit like this over the most stupid reason in the world. So when I started looking at Lex Luthor like that, I was like, he's like this snot-nosed, like, content creator or celebrity that's just pissed off that somebody else is more popular than he is. I was like, you know what? Would the Kardashians do that? Hell yeah, I think they would, if they could get away with it. So
yeah.
So in that context, it makes him unlikable. But when you think about it, you're like, yeah, I guess this is our generation just sucks. Like, we have really lame villains, and we're gonna have lame villains in real life too. As we get older, we're gonna be like, really, these losers are the ones that are gonna end the entire world? It's gonna be Bill Gates and these guys. I was like, we couldn't do better. I was like, we didn't have like some super soldier like Conan the Barbarian, authoritarian, like subjugating everybody. It's literally this guy. I was like, that's how it's going to be. And so that's kind of how Lex Luthor was, in a way.
I think that's right. Like, he would, Lex Luthor is the kind of person who would do that. But like, my gripe is that he had plenty of chances to kill him.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Like, he had plenty of chances.
And that's the trope, right? The trope is always that the villain gives the monologue, and I'm going to reveal my entire plan. And as much as, you know, we look at it in the modern context, as we go back to watch older content that in many ways is superior, we do see where a lot of the tropes came from, and some of the motivations are a little bit simplified. That's because a lot of this stuff was originally made for an audience that we were kids. So even though the plot line could be made mature, when you're watching it from that perspective, you still have to make the motivation simple to understand. It's like, well, he just doesn't like this guy and he wants to kill him. As a kid, it's like, well, I totally get that. As an adult, you'd be like, well, I mean, like, can we be a little bit more mature than that? I was like, no, sometimes people aren't that way. One of the biggest disappointments that I had in my life was when I got in an internship. My degree is in electrical engineering, of all things. And I did an engineering internship at AT&T. I was working with a lot of people that were like in their 40s and 50s. I was like 19. And they were gossiping about like, such and such didn't invite me to lunch the other day. I was like, these are grown ass 50 and 60-year-old men and women that are arguing about the same bullshit that I hear in middle school. I was like, this is it. This is life. These people are not as smart as we think they are. And none of them are. The same way that they are in high school is the same way they're going to be when they retire. And when you realize that a lot of people really aren't that smart, or they're not motivated by these sophisticated things, first of all, it disappoints you, because it's like, really, we can't do better than this. And then after that, you're like, well, it's easier to understand things, because a lot of motivation, it's like, what do they say? Never confuse what's done for a malice over stupidity or convenience. I forgot what that is. Occam's razor, or whichever one it is. And that's really the reality of the world. Some things are just more mundane. It's not like this crazy evil conspiracy. It's just like, no, people are just greedy and they do things
it's like
for really stupid reasons.
The most simplest and the like obvious answer is probably the correct answer.
Correct. Right? Yes. Yeah. I mean, like, how many wars in history where thousands of people died were literally like, that dude stole my woman, so now I'm going to go destroy an entire country because he took my chick. Like, that's literally like the war between Troy and like Greece.
Yeah, I was about to say
like,
that. Yeah,
they stole my woman, So now I'm going to end this entire country. And that's what happened. You're just like, well, that's ridiculous, but that's the way that it is.
And then people were like, have you seen how hot Helen of Troy is?
Yeah, it's like, so of course, like I would totally destroy an entire I'll drop nuclear bombs for that. Yeah, but that's how it is. So.
But yeah, like I think for this movie there are several good parts, right? I think you know, like other than Mr. Terrific.
I think you guys are more familiar with is Jimmy and Eve an actual story plot in Superman? Or is this a new thing in Gunn's movie?
According to what I heard, like since I don't really care too much about Jimmy, but I know that he's like a ladies' man. Like he's a canonically a ladies' man. Yeah, but I'm not sure about the Eve character.
Yeah, the way they depict him is kind of cringy in my opinion in this movie.
Yeah, it's just for me, I'm just
so
like
tropey. It's way too like not really.
I think the what's it called again? I think the like I agree. I think the cast is really good. I think the music could be better. I think that some parts with the what's it called again? A little nods here and there of John Williams' Superman score is great, but like I wish there was better music. Is because like whether or not you like Man of Steel had an incredible score. Like Hans Zimmer's was insanely like the flight scene. I just rewatched it a couple of days ago. It still gives me goosebumps to this day. It's so damn good, and that's something that we needed from this movie. I think we also needed a little bit more. I think we just need just a little bit more of everything, right? Have like because this is a movie that's completely course correcting. What's it called again? What Snyder did with Superman, with Man of Steel, right?
Yeah,
with how dark it is, like, but they went too far to the other side.
Yes,
it's sort of like
I agree.
it's like it's sort of sometimes it's too hokey and campy. And I know some people online like that I'm friends with. They're like, you got to think about going to this movie, thinking about this movie's for kids, this movie's for Gen Z, this movie's for young kids right now. It's not, but the thing is, like, it should still be good, right? So I wished it was I had hopes for this movie, but the thing is that like in some kind of way, like confirmation bias sets in. Like for me, I'm like, I don't think this movie is going to be better than the Zack Snyder Man of Steel, right?
Yeah.
But I think what they did good with this movie, Zack Snyder didn't do well. But what Zack Snyder did well in his movie, this movie did not do at all, right? And I just feel like we needed more of that. And like the initial thing that we got was Superman getting his ass beat. I wish we got like what happened after, like he fights someone and how everyone reveres him. And like it could be like done in like 2-3 minutes, and like then he fights, you know, the hammer of Baravia, whatever it is, which is Ultraman. And don't even get me started with combining Ultraman and Bizarro together as one character.
Yeah,
right. I don't like that either. It's because Ultraman is basically evil Superman in an alternate universe, right? And now, like, is he going to be like Bizarro? Is he going to come out of the freaking like black hole and, you know, in like another Superman movie now because he, you know, that Superman's supposed to be like dumb,
I feel like
right?
that's what they're setting it up.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that could have been really good. Now let's talk about this being a kids movie. Guy Gardner going to a Baravia and then like shooting up his things with like middle fingers. I'm like,
no, not a kids movie.
I don't think it's a kids movie. No. But I think I also agree. I think the chemistry between Rachel Brosnahan and David
Cornsweet,
like you could tell like these two are like they could feel like a real couple. Like the way they were like
kissing, were very genuine. Yes.
Yeah, the way they were like literally like making out in the kitchen, like, oh damn, you know, this is like some kind of like 50 Shades of Grey kind of shit, man. So it's like I'm getting hot and bothered, man. They're kissing too long.
The entire banter between them felt very genuine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even the interview of, you know, being with like somebody that you trust and asking them to be really honest with you, and in that way it makes you more vulnerable because they know how to push your buttons and things like that.
Yeah,
it felt very legitimate where she's like, I'm gonna be serious about this, I'm not gonna pull any punches. And he's almost like, yeah, it's fine. And then when she is really serious about it, he's like, oh well, I don't like this at all. And it felt very natural. And she's like, this is what you do when you don't hear something that you like, you just get up. But you're gonna be nice about it. I was like, holy crap. I was like, that's pretty.
That's how girls do it, man.
I was like, this is an entirely genuine scene of how everyone reacts here. It's totally realistic.
Yeah, it's because like modern day Hollywood, it's super easy for them to do a girl boss moment in that scene, but they didn't. They kind of for me they nailed it. It's like that was my worry. It's like, oh shit, are they good? Are they gonna make Lois Lane girl boss Superman? But no, it's like they nailed it. It's like it was bordering there, but it's just right. Like it was at the end of the day, it's just a Lois Lane. Like you shouldn't let these things get under your skin because it'll backfire with you at some point later, which it did. So I think that was a really well done scene. Yeah,
like that part is Rolo, did you play Witcher 3?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I forgot that guy's name. Grae will probably let me know. The guy, his baby died, right? The guy who tells you to go fetch his baby. The Baron. Right? Yeah. It's like, I don't know, but that new woman knew exactly what buttons to push to, make me pissed off. It was like, that's exactly what Lois did to Clark. It's because we all had that, people in your lives who know, especially if you have a sister. Ooh, my sister knew exactly what to do to piss me off. And they use it, right? And it's like, so, social media has got you upset. It's like, no, I'm not upset. It's like, are you sure? It's like, yeah, I'm cool. Hashtag super spy. I'm fine with that. Hashtag super shit. I hate that. Yes. That pisses me off. It's like, okay.
But see, I like it. I like it too, though, because she does it in a way that's like, yes, that's something that women do, but she also does it in a loving way of, I'm trying to shit test you in a way because you have to be better than this. You're Superman.
Yes.
Like you have to be able to handle this shit. And you're also my man. And I want to make sure that my man is not like unfazed by bullshit. And so that's where she's doing it. So it is a shit test, but it's not like like an annoying, like she's just being this naggy or like a girl boss woman. It's more like you better be able to handle this crap because I'm your girlfriend. And if you can't handle me asking your questions, like if you actually do this legitimately in a hostile place, like they're going to eat you alive. And that's basically what she was doing. So she's trying to make him better in that regard. And that's what makes her a great partner. And she's still cognizant, right? Because she's like, she even is a little bit self-deprecating where she's like, well, I never thought that this would work out anyway. And so that's a little bit passive aggressive, but it's also her admitting her fault. Like, I know I can be a little bit harsh here. It is a jab at him because, sometimes women will say that to us because they know we'll get bothered. Like, what does she mean by that? Like, what is she talking about? And then, we'll fester and then we'll have to come back and go back to the argument. And women know that. So she did that on purpose, but it had the added effect of she was admitting herself like, look, I got my own issues too. So like, yes, I was being harsh on you, but don't necessarily take it seriously. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Like, I'm not good in relationships. So it was very human and genuine. They were great. Like, I needed more of them. Like, if they would do a Lois and Clark TV series again, it needs to be with them. I was like, pay them what they need to do. I want to see them deal with like going to the supermarket. That's how compelling they were, and how good their chemistry was.
And here's my my biggest gripe, and I mentioned this Grae. I said this many times already, and this is exactly how I felt about BVS. There are very good parts in BVS, but there's a lot of terrible things that happen in BVS, and one major thing is bloat, having a bunch of like side plots, adding in a bunch of introducing the Justice League. And then having in Doomsday was the main thing why it's like, you could have let's say you're going to make a Batman versus Superman movie. Just make it about Batman versus Superman. Sort of like what Frank Miller did, right? In his 2-part series, for at least for the animation. You do that, and then they add it in, here's Wonder Woman, here's, all the Justice League, and here's Doomsday. It's the same thing with this movie. It didn't have enough time with the characters that we like was like Superman, like Lois. We needed more of that. We didn't get it is because this movie had too much bloat, and this movie is like 2 hours and 10 minutes, right? I think that if this movie would have been fine, if you didn't have the Justice Gang, if you didn't have a bunch of like random side plots. So go ahead, Grae.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's like I'm starting to feel like this is not a director thing. This is more like a Warner Brothers thing. I feel like Zack Snyder, James Gunn, they were pressured. No, you gotta add all these characters because
but James Gunn is CEO. It's his decision. He can dictate what goes on. It's his thing. He's the Kevin Feige. So he has no you have like, what's it called again? David Zaslav's like, this is what I want. But ultimately, if James Gunn's like, this is what I'm thinking about, I think Zaslav would have been fine with it. right? But the thing is that James Gunn is Kevin Feige of DC right now.
Because maybe, but a part of me feels like some part of him got his hand was forced, because like I don't know, I would think like a creative director would know that there needs to be enough time to flesh out particular characters. But yeah, you could be right. You could be right.
I think part of the problem that we have is that, and this goes to the video game industry too, if we want to get broader, this goes to a lot of industries, is that when certain singular events that happen, people sometimes think that they're replicatable, and sometimes they're literally miracles. So I think the MCU, the fact that we got 22, was it 22 or 21, whatever, really good, either from great to from decent to great movies that in the end mostly stuck the landing, that's not replicatable. That was a once in a lifetime type of thing. And so to think that you can replicate that model, because some of it has to do with timing, you get the right actors at the right time. Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, nobody saw that coming, and it was legendary. And that was a lot of luck, because a lot of people thought Robert Downey Jr. was done, with all his drug problems, everything that he'd gone after. And then he took a B-level superhero character and ascended him to S-tier status. Like that's crazy. And that was all Robert Downey Jr. That had nothing to do with Iron Man. As cool as Iron Man is, that was all Robert Downey Jr. That had nothing to do with Marvel or Iron Man's merit as a character himself. I think we can accept that. So I think in the video game space, you can look at almost Fortnite. What Fortnite does, you cannot compete against that, because they came in, they stole an idea of Battle Royale from somebody else. It happened to work. And then they made enough movie to buy every single IP and character you can imagine and throw them into a video game. Nobody else is going to be able to do that for a very long time. And it happened because it just worked. They didn't plan for that to happen. So some things that are great transcend our ability to plan for them. And because everything is so driven by an investor model and mathematical models of like, we can see what our profit margins are here, and here, they're trying to use a scientific method to explain something that happens organically and serendipitously a lot of times, because this is human nature. This is art. This is not something that you can calculate, that you can just create. It's a product of its time, the moment. There are a lot of things that have to go right. There's a lot of great art and a lot of great video games that are created because they hit the wrong time. They failed. Titanfall is one of the best examples. You hear me talk about Titanfall a lot, and Titanfall 2. Sometimes they're just things that hit at the right moment, and it will elevate something that's mid and make it legendary, and it'll take something that should be legendary and make it forgotten in the annals of history. And I think there's an obsession to replicate what Marvel did in the superhero space, or even in a cinematic universe space, to turn movies into like TV series and events. And I think realistically, you can't plan on that. It just happens. So DC wanted to do that with the previous DC iteration that they had. And now James Gunn has to undo that, while at the same time trying to balance. I think what Grae said is right. Executives that are like, we need instantaneous results. Like, we can't wait to build this. And I was like, well, the MCU took like 4 or 5 movies before they got to the first Avengers. And then they went like 15 movies after that one. Like, it took a long time to cook. So you can't just expect this overnight. And if you do, you're going to constantly fail, because you want to go 0 to 100. You can't. You got to learn how to walk first. And I can see where this movie tried to do some of that, because it's a very small scale threat. When you think about it, it's like he's dealing with Lex Luthor doing random bullshit. It's not like Thanos or anything universe ending. It's actually a small scale disaster when it comes to think, which that's the right approach. You're starting small, because if you go all the way, then you're never going to be able to top it once you bring in the Justice League and everything. It's like, well, you already saved the entire universe. Like, what are you going to do now? It's like, well, we're going to save it again, but 300% more hardcore. It's like, yeah, I don't know about that. So that's the right approach. But at the same time, it still had that disease of, well, let's bring ensemble characters. As much as we liked Mr. Terrific or the Green Lantern, it was not appropriate necessarily to bring them in this movie.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
And I think that's where, like, I'm pretty sure, like, what's it called again? Bob Iger is like, all right, cool, Kevin Feige, what are you gonna do? Here's what I'm thinking about, right? And then it's like, and creatively, like, he's in charge of Marvel, so he should be able to say that. And I think that James Gunn, whether or not this is, I think he is a better ensemble, like, director and writer. Like, take a look at Guardians, right? I have no idea who the fuck the Guardians were before James Gunn. And he did an amazing job, right? Like, Guardians 1, Guardians 2, Guardians 3, whether you like them or not, it was successful. Everyone knows who they are now.
Yep.
Right. Yep. And it's and the same thing with a bunch of other stuff that he did. I think what, like, Suicide Squad, the one that he did, I think it's fine. I don't think it's great, but I think it's fine. And it's an ensemble, a bunch of people that like a bunch of cast that you don't know other than maybe what's it called, Margot Robbie's character, right? Harley Quinn. But this is like, you need to focus on solely just Superman. I think this is where, if we got a different director and writer for Superman, it could have been done well. But he's like, I need to do this since this is like, I'm leading the charge here. You know, people already asked me back in 2018 if I should do Superman. I didn't know how to do it, and now I'm gonna do it anyways. And I think bringing in everything is sort of, I just feel like he didn't believe in himself, and I think this is where he's like, I'm gonna go back to my safe space, which is ensemble stuff. Right, comedy, what I know I'm good at. And I think that for me, I think this movie had a lot of great things, but it just fell very short for me. And I think that's the reason why. But I think this is normie enough that I think a lot of people who aren't like really, really big into Superman, people don't really care. They just want to watch a movie that's about hope, you know, whatever you want to consider this.
Yeah. It's like,
I think it's going to be good enough for them. But is this a movie that I would tell people to go watch? I was like, if you're interested in Superman, I guess. But like, for me, like, would I watch this movie again? No, absolutely not.
Yeah. I guess if you're a James Gunn fan, I would say definitely watch it.
Yeah.
For me, James Gunn, it is a James Gunn movie.
I would say, like, if you want to watch a superhero film, yeah, go for it. But if you want to watch a Superman film, no. That's how I would say it.
And I do want to bring this up. I think this is very important, is because of what this is Joe Russo. So he's one of the Russo brothers that worked on Marvel stuff, and he said James Gunn to head Superman isn't just better than Man of Steel, it's better than Richard Donner's original 78 Superman. That is an insane take. Like, holy crap, man. Like I don't know. What do you think? What do you guys think about his quote here?
I think potentially what it had was there. I think we all agree that the casting was fantastic and how the characters were portrayed was fantastic. They were not utilized the way that they should have been. So I think there were the bones there to have the best Superman movie ever. I do think that that's true. Like, yes. He could be the best Superman ever. Like, this portrayal of Superman could be. And I would say, if you want to make that argument, I'll listen to the argument. I won't just say, like, no, that's absurd. But to say it's the best Superman movie, I think that that's going too far, because as a film, it is flawed because it's a little bit of a mess. If you want to say that it's a great portrayal of Superman, totally agree with that. But it needed to cook a little bit more, like you said.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, agreed.
Because there were a lot of like, if you told me some of the things that were there and you showed me some of the clips, I'd be like, holy crap, like, this movie's going to be legit. Like, this is going to be really good. But the execution was just a bit of a mess. And I do think what you said about James Gunn not being confident in himself, that really is the perfect statement, because you can see the greatness that is there, because there are individual scenes that you're like, this is the best of Superman that I've ever seen in these individual snippets. And then there are other moments where you're like, well, this is just pretty cheesy and lame.
What about you, Grae?
Yeah. For me, like, as of now, like, this is something I can change my mind, because, like, I'm like many other people. I'm like, in between. Like I can be convinced that it's a good film, a really good film. I can be convinced it's really bad. So for now, I think Man of Steel is better overall. Like there are some things that this film does better, like Lois Lane and like the relationship between Lois Lane and Clark Kent. I like it's better here, but like overall, like the depiction of Superman as a hero, I think Man of Steel is better. So I think it's not far fetched for people to say that this one's better than Man of Steel. Like it really depends on person to person. So
yeah,
I can see that. I can see that it can be better than Man of Steel for some people, but for me, it's not. But like better than the OGs, yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. Like Pistolero said, like you can see the seeds of it being one of the best Superman, but again, it needed more time in the oven for that to happen. Yeah, agreed.
I 100% agree with you guys. I think that this movie has major potential. I think the cast is really good. I want to see more of Mr. Terrific actually. Like he's like legit my favorite character, and that shouldn't be a thing. It's like, my favorite character in Batman versus Superman was I don't know, was the Flash. Even though he wasn't in the movie, even though he wasn't in the movie, is my favorite character. I'm not. I thought that's a crazy comparison, but like I wanted Superman to have the best scene in the entire movie, and we didn't get that. Right, the whole thing with him heat vision, like he's spinning around. That's cool, but like. It was immediately just cut short. It's like, and that's it, right? Yeah. But like we got to like Mr. Terrific. That scene was fantastic. That's the only scene that I remember. It's like, what's the coolest scene, right? Versus Man of Steel, him flying around. You know, the action, like the punching and the action feels very like, holy shit! I feel like I'm getting punched. What the fuck, man? And I know there are major issues, but like, I just think that Man of Steel is more memorable to me. I think it's because also the Hans Zimmer is just fucking fantastic. Yeah. So, but when it comes to this, I think I would say if we got like if James Gunn just like, oh, next movie, I'm not gonna direct it, I'm not gonna write it, I'm just gonna executive produce this movie or whatever, right? Give it to someone else who's competent and you trust, and I think we can get a really fucking good movie. And I mentioned this before in my own review yesterday. I think what we can get is something like Captain America. Right, because
that's what I was about to say. That yes, where in retrospect, go ahead. If the sequels are good, it'll elevate the original. Is what I think. Yeah.
So and that's how I want to look at Superman. I want to see him as a Captain America figure, like when like a symbol of hope. When he's here, I feel fucking safe, right? Like that kind of shit. And I think that's what Captain America is to me for Superman, for DC. Like I want him to be like that. He's a Boy Scout. He can do no wrong. He's the best of everyone, right? And I think if we get the next movie is really, really fucking good, people will forgive the first one. And then we're like, and I even ask people are like, man, the first Avenger, a Captain America movie was heavily underrated. If you go back and watch it, it's actually pretty good.
It is.
And for me, I think the casting in this movie was great. I think Metamorpho, other him like extremely weeping. I think it looks cool. I think some of the VFX looks really, really good. Other than the whole like, you know, pocket dimension or whatever, pocket realm, whatever, where they're in the freaking river. I think that like there's a lot of CG garbage. But other than that, like most of the stuff is actually pretty cool. And I think my favorite scene for Nicholas Hoult for him was when he shot that Indian dude. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Right? He's like, all right, I'm gonna play Russian roulette, right?
Yeah.
And then he's like, it's like, don't do it, Superman. Don't say anything. I love you. You know, I'll give you my falafel next time. Yeah. And then he's like, all right, click. All right, cool. Let's do it again. Bam. He's like, I didn't think that was gonna go off that early.
That was actually a great. It was a great scene because it also showed how unhinged Lex Luthor became at that moment. Like he was unfazed by it, other than he literally thought like almost like this was not reality. Like I'm just gonna do this Russian roulette thing and it'll just. Like he's gonna break before this happens, and then it happened. He's just like, "Holy shit! I just killed this guy." And he's like, and then it just didn't phase him in that instant. It just showed how much of a psychopath Lex Luthor was in that moment. So I think it did a good job of very like subtly showing. Like I was like, "This dude's freaking crazy, man! Like he is. He's legit crazy. Like he's serious."
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think I think this movie. I think for me, like I had high hopes for this movie, because here's the thing, I like Super, And Super is a dark movie with James Gunn, with Rainn Wilson, and now Elliot Page. That movie is a dark movie, and I believe he did what's it called again? Slither, and I believe he produced a Brightburn, which is a very dark, very serious, like evil kid Superman. I think that's really cool. I like Guardians 1. I just rewatched Guardians 3 with my wife for the first time watching it. It was a very dark and serious movie, but with a lot of like jokes that it can be done, right? And that's what he should have done with this one. I think, like I said, like he didn't trust himself, and he let himself get in, in the way of himself for making and letting the scenes cook, letting the scenes just like marinate. It's like, okay, like I want to be a little bit emotional in the scene with Papa Kent, but I think maybe there is a Gunn cut, right? James Gunn director's cut that like didn't like they add in a bunch of other stuff, but mutant monkeys hashtag super shit. That's fucking crazy. It was a short
that
scene.
one.
But yeah, there's a lot. This movie is like 100% made for Gen Z, and it is wacky and campy at times. And if you go into it like, hey, I think this movie's gonna be fun. I think overall, I think this movie is gonna make a good amount of money.
You know what? I almost look at it in a way because it's for the most part, it's a well-produced movie. I think cinematically, like we can, from a cinematography perspective. Now, obviously, the story can be a little disjointed, so we can see where some of the editing was probably, the intent, the original vision of this movie is not what we got. But that happens with almost every movie, If not, we get like 5-hour cuts for everything. So obviously there are some things missing there, but I think for the most part, I do believe that this movie will be looked at like if this leads to a successful franchise, it will be looked at like Captain America, the First Avenger, and it'll also be looked at as almost like there are a lot of movies that were very campy in the 80s when they came out that people thought were ridiculous, like Big Trouble in Little China, think about movies like that, that now we look at them and we're like, these are the products of their time, and they're incredible because they really leaned in on that. And so I think this movie does a good job of, without being political, leaning in on like Gen Z and millennials. And maybe that's why we're detached, because we're getting a little bit old for that shit. But I could see where this becomes like a future, like people look back on this movie like pretty fondly in a way. And I think it's because ultimately it is an optimistic movie. And I think the world, and maybe that's why it resonated me in a different way, because I become so jaded with how fucked up the entire world is on every level, whether it's our escapism or our politics. I was like, holy crap, here's a movie that's Superman's just trying to get by. I was like, that's how I feel. I really feel like that's how I'm just trying to be a decent human being in a world that's really fucked up. And I may not know what I'm doing, but I'm going to do my best. And that's how Superman felt. And so maybe there's just some sort of emotional heartstring that's being plucked for me on this one. And I'm giving it more credit. But sometimes that's what's fun about movies, right? That you can watch a movie that's objectively not great and it still resonates with you somehow. And that's part of what makes this entire art form so fascinating. So
yeah, absolutely. And see, at least we didn't get this, right? Because I know we talked about this before, but like, hey, details of what a black Superman would have been, right? Like Ta-Nehisi Coates, black Superman movie. David Zaslav dismissed it because his script was too woke. All right, good. It was if this movie was made, it would have been a character focused on and during the civil rights era. And so James Gunn can still try to make the movie in the future. So this is several years back. This is right before James Gunn. So like we literally just dodged the bullet for this one, is because it could have been much, much worse. And I believe someone said that he had a quote, right, saying that the first responders of like 9/11 were like terrible people or some crap like that, which is wild, right? That, we were so close to getting a really, really awful Superman, right? And I do agree. This movie, the Superman that we got, not woke at all. I think it's just it's a mess, but there's a lot of good things that I enjoyed, and there's a lot of things that I didn't. But overall, I think this is a movie that we can go back and like, man, this was actually a lot better than I thought it was. Maybe maybe I'll force myself to watch it again. Maybe on maybe on
I
second
might
watch
watch
it
it
could be
again
better.
too.
Yeah, it's one where because even as I was watching it, there were certain parts where I was like, man, I really don't like this. And then there were other moments where I was like, man, I really do like this though. I was like, so maybe when I get past it and I watch it again, I could see going either way. I might like watch it again and be like, oh yeah, this movie's total crap. Or I might watch it and be like, no, this is actually really, there's a lot of merits here and I really do enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't Superman, Black Superman absorb less?
No, he would absorb everything because that's what black does. It reflects nothing. So if anything, he would be a much more efficient Superman and he would absorb more of the sunlight. So black Superman is the correct evolutionary design as far as I'm concerned. So because white Superman's going to reflect all the light away and he's not going to keep any of it. Right?
Black absorbs heat, right? And so
you're going to get more. So black Superman would be more powerful than white Superman. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. Look, we see it in marathons. We see it in the NBA. Get over it, white guys. Like black.
Yeah, white. It's pack it up, white dudes. It's over.
It is what it is. I'm a Latino. I've got no skin in this game. Phil and Grae are Asians. They don't care either. Like we're coming from a neutral perspective. Like you guys just need to accept that this is the reality. Black Superman is going to reflect, is going to absorb more power from the sun. It's just the way it's physics.
Oh, that's amazing, bro. Oh man. Let's see. Let's go super chats. The Melodic Method says somebody married Bonnie Rotten, the girl with the dead girls don't cry tattoo. Yikes. Yeah, someone married her. But hey, maybe she turned a new leaf. I don't know. But she still looks good though. She still looks good. The Cajun Corey with the 5. Yo, Rolo. Hope you're doing well, brother.
Thank you, Cajun Corey. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah. Let's see. Mad Frog with the 499. Let's see. Remember the epic Alex Jones Piers Morgan's gun debate? Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. Yeah,
they always do.
That's the first thing they take, right? That's the first thing they take. But thank you for the 499. To Mitchell with the 2. What Superman is from another planet? What the fuck? Spoiler. Yep. Yeah. See, if you guys didn't know, he's an immigrant. Right, they're saying that he's an immigrant and here to defeat a billionaire. So that's what Grant Gustin wrote on his Instagram story. So yeah, Melodic Method with the 5. In case you haven't answered it yet, is it worth seeing Superman in theaters for a general superhero fan? I would say yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
It's a fun movie.
It's like approach the mindset that it's gonna be a fun showtime, not like deepen your understanding of the Superman lore.
I think too, if you were disappointed by what Marvel has given you the last few years, this is pretty much better than pretty much everything that they've had since like No Way Home. I would say.
All right, so now here's the thing. I gave, in my opinion, I think Thunderbolts is a mid movie, and I think Superman is a mid movie. But I think I enjoyed Superman a little bit more than Thunderbolts. Now, like the thing is, some people really, really like Thunderbolts.
I gotta watch it. I do have to watch that.
For me, I think it's okay. I think there are good parts in Thunderbolts, but I would prefer to watch this movie again. I think now the only tie-in that we actually get from like two of the other things is like Big Belly Burger, because that's like a running thing, like in every other like DC thing, right? It's like Big Belly Burger. It's like, oh, let's go. Like the Flash had it.
And what's his name? John Cena's character in
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker, yeah.
Is it Peacemaker?
He makes a cameo there. Yeah, he makes a cameo.
On TV, yeah. Like it would be cool, like if they met. Like, of course, the thing is that we don't know Batman yet. But I think Batman, whoever's gonna be cast as Batman, you're gonna cast him has to be. You have to be sort of the same age as David Cornsweet, right? Because they're sort of, in terms of how they look, they're sort of the same age. Now, I think Cornsweet is in his like early 30s.
I checked, both because like when I saw Rachel, it's like she looks like in her 30s. So when I googled, she's 35. Then David is like 32.
Yeah, David Cornsweet's pretty young, and the thing is that Robert Pattinson, next year he's 40, and it's not tied in whatsoever. So we don't have our Batman yet. And we do know that Lobo is going to be featured in the next Supergirl movie. So that's going to be that's the next big movie that's coming up. So I hope that movie is good because I think the girl that plays her looks the part, and I liked her in House of the Dragons. I think she's cute, so I think she could be a good Kara Zor-El. But we'll see though. Mitchell Fields up to 5. I think fresh ideas. Just give us classic Superman or Henry Cavill Superman. What is wrong with Superman's dad wanting his kids to be a bit? Yo, man, as a
brutal, man, brutal. I mean, they gave him like the Nephilim storyline, right? Like that's what it is. Like superhuman fallen angel, like has sex with human women and creates like superhuman race. I was like, yeah, I read that in the Bible. I was like, that didn't work out well. So I was like, that's what you want to turn him into?
Next one is
like Lucifer.
Superman 2 Super Pimp.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna be.
Thank you for the 5, man. And Mitchell Fields up a 10. Let's see. One scene I would love to see Superman do one day is wipes a single tear from his eye with his finger, then flicks at the enemy, knocking them down, showing how much he's holding back.
I mean, like he did push back like the gravitational force of a black hole with his breath. That's it. That is pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah, that was like when you think about that, you're like, that's pretty intense.
Yeah, they were getting sucked in, right? And he's like, that's not bad. Yeah, and I think that this is Superman. He's not like super new, but he's still relatively a newbie being a superhero, right?
Yeah.
Like I want to see how he is when he gets into his prime, right? Like Superman Prime. He's in there like if they do Justice League correctly, it'll be so freaking good.
Well, when you think about being Superman, it's actually got to be pretty tough, right? Because you're so powerful that you can literally stop and like lift a 500-foot tall kaiju, which has to weigh like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of tons. And at the same time, you're fighting normal dudes. So the fact that you have to like switch, that's like you being in a fight where you're fighting somebody who's just as big as you are. So you're going to give like 110% of your punch. And then like some scrawny guy's trying to kill you at the same time. You're like, if I like even slap this person or look in their direction, they're going to die and they're going to accuse me of murder. I was like, that's got to be really hard in a single fight to switch between that like type of power level. So Superman actually has it pretty tough. He's like, wait, I've got to use laser vision, but if I use too much, even though these guys have power armor, I'm literally going to roast and kill all of them. But at the same time, they're trying to kill me and they might be able to. So I have to take it seriously. So it's actually pretty like Superman doesn't have it easy if he's trying not to kill people. If he wanted to kill everybody, it would be easy. He's like, yeah, I'll just massacre everybody, get it over with.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's go and talk about the box office so far. I think this movie is tracking to hit about like $200 million. And here's the thing. Jurassic World Rebirth made over $300 million in opening weekend worldwide.
Wow.
And that movie, a lot of people did not like.
That's crazy.
All right. So that the fact that a dinosaur movie is beating Superman is pretty wild. But the thing is, a lot of people just like dinosaur movies. Right. It's like the next Fast and Furious, right? So so this comes to us from Deadline. Superman gunning towards a 210 million plus worldwide opening international box office. So the thing is, where do you guys, the more important question is, do you think this movie has, I guess you say, the cape or the legs to do really, really well on second weekend? Because that's the actual like telling whether or not the movie is successful. And where do you think that ultimately this movie is going to settle on in terms of revenue, box office revenue?
I think it's going to depend on a few factors. First of all, obviously, the landscape of movies today in the post-COVID era, will movies ever hit the same numbers that they did before that? So you'll have to take that into consideration. But is superhero fatigue real? Did Marvel just squander everything and make, general audiences and obviously hardcore fans hate the genre because they've given us poor products and they oversaturated the market. So I think this movie may suffer consequences that are not of its own doing. Obviously, it still does have to reconcile with the fact that DC has tried multiple times to, reboot their universes and go different directions. Will people take them seriously again? I don't know. So I think it's really hard to predict where anything in the superhero space, especially for DC, is going to go. I think in theory, in a vacuum, without taking the bias of, any damage that Marvel may have done to superheroes as a genre, this movie would do really well, I think, for general audiences. In the world that we live in today, it's kind of a toss-up. I think it'll do okay. But
okay. Yeah, what about you, Grae?
Yeah, I've been saying for like the past several weeks, my perception of the film is like, yeah, I think I'm generally gonna like it overall. It's not gonna be, oh wow, this is an amazing film. It's not like that. But I think that's what's gonna be the consensus of a lot of people or the general public, which I feel as of now, I feel like I'm right about that. But the greatest hurdle for this movie is the budget. Had they lowered the budget to maybe half of what they spent, right? They spent like 580. Am I right? 580 million.
Yeah. The last time I checked, it was like all together, including marketing and everything like that. It's about 580 million. I believe that the film cost like 200 something or almost 300.
Okay. So I feel like that's the biggest hurt. I think they spent too much. Like, had they cut down the budget a little bit, I think they would have gotten a good amount of profit. But I feel like now, given what we know about how much it cost them overall, including marketing, I think my expectation is like it's maybe for me, this is the optimistic projection. Maybe it's around between 600 to 800. That's me. That's my optimistic projection of how much it'll make overall in its life cycle in the theaters.
Yeah, I think so I just checked right now. According to MSN, they said that this movie cost about like 225 million, but like they went really, really hard with marketing, and you can tell, like every time you're on Facebook, I have my Roku TV, everything was like Superman everywhere. So like the marketing is heavy, and we got a lot of clips from Warner Brothers that we've seen that shows a lot of the marketing material. And the thing is, you got to pay movie theaters. Movie theaters takes 40%. So, and you're not including marketing. So, this movie is quite expensive to date, right? In terms of how much money it needs to make back. I think in order for it to make back the money, you have to make $1 billion, right? But the thing is, I think this movie, I think it will settle maybe around 700 mil. But here's the thing, though. If Man of Steel makes more than this movie, it's going to look really, really bad. Yeah. I think Man of Steel made like almost 700 million almost. I think it's like 680 something $1 million. The factoring in inflation is about I think 800 or 900 million dollars. But this is from IGN. DC Studio CEO James Gunn says rumors that Superman needs to make 700 million at the box office to be successful are just complete utter nonsense. I think he's saying that to sort of like, hey, I'm going to put this out there because like just in case it doesn't, right? Is because I think it's sort of just to make sure that like his ego doesn't get like hit or something like that. But I don't know what it is, but I think in order for you to be successful, you need to be Man of Steel. Yeah. And if it doesn't, it's going to look really, really bad. But whether or not they're already working on what's it called again? Supergirl already. I believe the script is done already. So I think that's coming out soon. People were really hyped for Man of Steel. Yeah, I remember seeing like Comic-Con footages. People were going nuts. People were going nuts over like the Comic-Con stuff. So I think this movie is I think it's good enough for normies, but I wonder if it's gonna have enough legs to make it to next, because Sinners, like a movie like Sinners, I think I never heard about it, and I believe the movie made even more money the second weekend is because of word of mouth. And same thing like Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick was in theaters for such a long time. It's because of word of mouth, and plus it came out during COVID, like the sort of like the heart of COVID. So like that movie made a crap ton of money. So we'll see what happens with this one. If it makes a lot of money, cool. That means that we're gonna get a Batman. we're gonna get a bunch of really cool DC stuff in the future. And I hope I know people don't like multiverse stuff, but I love Flashpoint Paradox. And if they do that correctly, it'll be really fucking cool. And we will actually get a Thomas Wayne. Ooh, Thomas Wayne using guns shooting people. That would be fucking crazy, man. I that's the stuff I would love to see. But we'll see what happens here though. We'll see what happens. All right. So let's see. Let's go ahead and read some supers. I think we just got one, right? Yeah, here it is. Let's see. Mitchell Fields at the 5. Jurassic World Rebirth. Are the dinosaurs transgender now? They already were. It was a major plot point of the first movie. So, according to what I heard, I thank you so much for the 5, Mitchell Fields. According to Mike, Epic Mike, he said that the original script for Jurassic Park 1 was supposed to be like human, like what's it called again? Like crossbreeding with like dinosaurs or something like that. Like, I'm not sure if that was the actual thing, but like I heard people didn't like I guess they didn't test well or something like that. Or people didn't like it, so it ended up scrapping that altogether. But yeah, let's see. Yo, Hollow Ninja with the 2. I'm here, Eggrolls. Can we talk about Yote yet? No, we have not talked about Ghost of Yote. But what's it called again? Now, let's see. How Rolo, do you come back to the States often? Like, or do you usually are you like just hanging out in like Puerto Rico now? Because I've been to Puerto Rico once. I think it's great. I think I went to a wedding there.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
So well, I lost your audio, so I'm like on a slight delay here.
Okay. All right. So what's it called again? I'm wondering, like,
for some reason I can't hear you in the stream lab.
See. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, for me it feels fine. So I don't really know what's the source.
Yeah. Maybe try like just like leaving the room and coming back. Yeah.
Well, it's I've got like a 2-second. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yes, delayed. Yeah, he's like he's delayed a little bit. But yeah, no, but yes, Hollow Ninja, we haven't talked about it. We will talk about it in a bit because I have I didn't watch the trailer, so we can watch
I haven't
the trailer.
Either because it's like 20. When I check, it's 20 minutes, so it's like
it's pretty long.
Maybe we can speed it up a little bit, but
yeah.
All right, I'm good now. I can hear you both.
All right, cool. So Rolo, like, do you like? Are you just like permanently in Puerto Rico, or like are you going back and forth between Puerto Rico and the States or anything like that?
So I went through, I know I haven't stopped streaming over the last few years. You can always check me out on my channel. So I know a lot of people are like, man, we don't see you on like certain channels anymore, certain shows. I was like, well, I still do my thing. I never went anywhere. So, I decided that, I'm from Puerto Rico. I was born here. My family's always had property here and, had a lot of different life changes and decided that, my day job, I work in IT and I've always worked remote, for the last like 15 years. So I can pretty much live anywhere that I want. And so I came in December. My family usually has like a big New Year's, party at one of the properties that they've got here. And, so I came with my family, stayed for a while, ended up rescuing some cats. So all my cats are Puerto Rican. I had a cat here that my mother had rescued and gave to me like 7-8 years ago. Ended up rescuing 2 more. And I decided, I was like, you know what? I don't really have any obligations towards anybody. I can do whatever the hell I want. And I've got places to live here. So I was like, hey, I kind of want to stay in Puerto Rico and reset things and, live my life in a different way. And so I'd been here. At first I was here for a couple of months, kind of raising the cats until I could get them spayed and neutered. And then I was like, you know what, I'll just stay here. And I did. And so that's what I've been doing since. And I've been enjoying kind of the local culture. I love going hiking and kayaking and things like that. that's awesome here. Obviously, Puerto Rico is still part of the United States, so don't have to worry about passports or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I think it's going to be at least semi-permanent. I've been here pretty much since December. I went back to South Florida and Miami for a month to get, you know, my streaming PC and a lot of my studio stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, I decided, yeah, let's check it out and see how it is. And I've been, you know, meeting a lot of different new people, and you know, going out and in nature, enjoying the environment here. And I live right next to the ocean, you know. So if I were to do like certain streams I've done before, I can go on like the roof of the apartment here, and you'd see the ocean or the mountains behind me. So it's pretty difficult to resist. And it fits, you know, a lot of the way that I wanted to live life and kind of reset things. So, you know, hopefully you guys will see me again at like a MegaCon or different events. I lived in Orlando. Man. Yeah, I lived in Orlando for, you know, a while, and I loved it there. And it's always going to have a near and dear place in my heart. But this has been great. So, you know, the Puerto Rican Pistoleros back in Puerto Rico. And I do want to check out some of the nerd culture here. Unfortunately, when I went back to get all my stuff to bring back here is when they had the Puerto Rico Comic Con. And that looked like it was going to be interesting. I wanted to go to that and vlog it and kind of show a lot of the nerd culture here. Anime is big in Puerto Rico and in Latin America in general as well. So I thought that was always interesting. So hopefully I'll get a chance to expose people to that, you know, the culture that we've got here as far as that's concerned. And even in Orlando, a lot of people after Hurricane Maria moved from Puerto Rico to the Orlando area. So there's a huge kind of Puerto Rican diaspora there. So it already felt like home. So there's a lot of people that go back and forth all the time. So Zen says he can tell how Puerto Rican I am by looking at me. Well, of course, I've got the hat. I got the hat. But it is crazy because, you know, most Puerto Ricans are triracial. So it's like a mix of European Spanish, obviously. So that would be white, you know, white European, I guess is what you'd call it. And, you know, obviously African slaves that were brought over, and Native American Taíno. So I think like 65% of Puerto Ricans are triracial. So you'll get like crazy combinations where you'll find somebody that looks like they're, you know, black, somebody else that's like brown, and then you'll get like pale skin redheads, and they're all legitimately 100% Puerto Rican, like multi-generational. And it's pretty wild, and people don't know that. Like a lot of people, when I'm back in the States, they assume like I'm white because I've got, you know, you can't see it here, but I've got like green eyes, and I'm not like as dark as a lot of other people. But like my dad is darker than I am, and that's just how it is. Like Puerto Ricans are like a crazy combination of races. And one joke that I always get a kick out of. So if you guys know, this is getting really into nerdy, like biological stuff. But Watson and Crick were the guys, the scientists that mapped, you know, the double helix in DNA and figured out the, you know, the structure of actual DNA strands. And one of them was like super actually racist. I don't remember whether it was Watson or Crick. So they made like a bet with like another biological scientist. I'm going to prove what the most like genetically perfect human being is based on like all the traits and mix of DNA and all this stuff. So they did it. And at the end, this guy like went to like either Watson or Crick. And I was like, so I found what the best genetic human is. And it's a Puerto Rican female. And I was like, I just started dying laughing. It's a true story. Like he found out, and he did it facetiously, but he's like, yeah. So apparently because we're mixed with like Native American, white, and like black, like that's pretty much everything that you've got. Because Native Americans, let's be honest, we know the Asians crossed the Bering Land Bridge.
Oh yeah,
and they colonized like the US.
So
it's basically everybody. Like white people, black people, and Asians combined is like what a Puerto Rican is. So I was like, I think that's pretty well covered genetically. Like that's pretty good.
Now I do want to ask. Earlier, you mentioned that you know a lot about K-pop. How did that happen?
So in a different life, I was married, and my ex-wife was obsessed with K-pop. And when I went to college as well, it was ironic. So it's a crazy story. So I went to my first year of college. Like I said, I have an electrical engineering degree, which people are usually surprised about, but I think I know a lot about a lot of different systems and things like that. So, but people are usually surprised by that. So my first year of college, I went to Georgia Tech, which is a good engineering school, but it was out of state. So I was like, I'm not going to pay like $100,000 a year, even if my degree is better. I'm like going back to Florida where like I got like full ride scholarships. But the first year I was there, I ended up in a dormitory, and it sounds like a bar joke every time I tell it. I had 3 roommates, and I had myself, who's the Puerto Rican from Miami. I had a dude that was black from Atlanta, a Jewish guy, and a Vietnamese guy from North Carolina. And it was like we would all hang out, and people would be like, wait a second, like this is like the freaking United Nations over here. What is this? And it's like, oh yeah, we're all roommates. And so somehow, some way, the Hispanic fraternity was always trying to recruit me because there's not that many like Latinos in Atlanta, let alone Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
So they were always trying to recruit me. And I was like, look, I'm not going to join a fraternity. Like, I don't believe in that crap. I'll go to your parties and I'll hang out, but I'm not going to pay for friends. So I ended up going to my one roommate who is Vietnamese, a lot of his fraternity parties, and it was with the Asian fraternity. So I ended up becoming friends with a lot of Asians. And I remember one night, like the sister sorority of that, of my roommates, fraternity, their sisters came up and they were going through like their hell night or whatever. So one of their like tasks was that they had to do all these challenges wearing men's clothes. So they obviously knew my roommate. They didn't realize that his fraternity was having their hell week the same time that the sorority was. So they were looking for my roommate, and they're like, hey, like, is your roommate here? Like, we need men's clothing to do all these challenges, or else we're not going to make it to the sorority. I was like, okay, whatever. Like, you guys can take my clothes and do it. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll do your laundry and everything. I was like, cool, awesome. So I ended up hanging out with a bunch of Asians, and that's just the way that it ended up happening. So, and I lived in Japan. Japan. Yeah, a few of them were. All right, and they became some of my best.
I always ask.
Important question.
Yeah, and they became some of my best friends. And it's like this random part of my life where I taught a bunch of Asian chicks to dance like salsa music, and I took them to Spanish parties, and then all the Latin women hated me because all these dudes got the yellow fever. Now we're being totally politically incorrect, but I know we can do that here. And like, so I've got these Asian women that know how to dance Spanish music, and all the like Latin men went crazy, and all the Hispanic women hated me because they're like, what the hell did you just do? I was like, cultural appropriation. Like, this is what it's all about, right?
Here's sorry. I said, but what you should have done was also like, here's a bunch of like chopsticks. Here you go.
Well, the great thing,
fried rice.
The great thing though is that growing up in this time of history, like in the early 2000s, is that everybody was politically incorrect.
Oh, absolutely.
So I remember going out, and it was great because I remember going out with all these different types of people. And so I remember going out with my roommates, fraternity, and all these Asian dudes. And then they're like, oh, so you're Hispanic, so you're Mexican, right? And I was like, yeah, and you guys are all Chinese, and I can't tell the difference, right? And everybody just started laughing.
Yeah.
And everybody was cool about it. And then I learned the intricacies of like what a fob is, and like, all this other stuff, and how like Japanese people, Koreans, and Chinese people hate each other. And then they all look down on like the Southeast Asians and colorism and all this stuff. And I was like, so they're just like everybody else. I was like, this is just how humans are. Everybody's an asshole. And then that's how you realize that racism, it's like, you guys can get mad about this. I was like, this is just human nature. Some people are just assholes, and they'll always look for a reason to hate somebody else. So just get over it and just make jokes about it, and you're totally fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what's it called again? Like, I know that, what's it called again? Like Koreans do not like Japanese people.
Oh my God. Don't even get me started. My Korean friends were like, if you had like if you dated somebody that was the wrong nationality and you're Asian, man, that was like dishonor to your family for like 10 generations. It was terrible.
Yeah. My mom was like that too. I remember my sister started dating this guy that's a Mexican descent, and his father, I think his father passed away, and he was going to become he wanted to go like full on like luchador, like wrestling. He was going to go into wrestling, right? And then my mom was like, you can't be with that guy. It's like, why? First of all, Mexicans love their moms. Mexican boys, they love their moms. And the thing is that if you're gonna get married, I want you to be your husband's number one priority. And the fact that the dad is not there, he's gonna 100% like what's it called again? Like focus attention on his mom and not you. And I don't want you to be number 2. I want you to be number 1, right? And plus, he's like, my mom's like, I lived in Mexico for 10 years. And she's like, I do not like Mexicans. It's
like, I think at the end of the day, I think we all, whether you want to admit it or not, we prefer like our own race.
Of course, well, everybody's got preferences, right?
Yeah.
And you're comfortable with what you know a lot of times, just by default.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's just, I just think it's funny. And then of course, like my mom was like absolutely against it. So like when my sister like broke up, my mom was like, oh. So then like me and my brother would just mess with my mom. So it's like, so mom, what happens like if we brought him a black chick? She's like, don't say such terrible things to me, all right? And then it's like, what and then my what's it called again? My brother was even more, which was like, what happens if she's Asian? He's like, it was okay if it's Asian. So what if it's Indian? He's like, please stop. My mom was getting fucking pissed off. So at the end, like we sort of like asked my mom, she's like, it has to be like I need to be able to communicate with what's it called again? My kid-in-law, right? My son-in-law, my daughter-in-law, I need to be able to communicate with them. It's like so you're not okay with Kelly, which is my sister, Kelly and her boyfriend? And it's like, no. It's like, but Callie, which is my cousin, it's like Callie's married to a Mexican guy. And he's like, Callie's not my daughter. And she was just like very anti, like so like the furthest thing away that she's okay with is Filipino, and that's my wife. So it's like like they can still communicate. And I told my wife, like, it's like, hey, my mom is like, she likes, like, she prefers the daughter-in-law to be Chinese. It's like, I was like, is there any Chinese percentage in you, right? So I can tell my mom, so she just like back off, right? And she was like, she's like, I might be like 1/16 Chinese. I'm like, good enough.
That's it. That's all I need.
That's it. My
it's
mom
in
was
the
cool
bloodline. It's in the bloodline. That's good enough. Yeah, so that's why, like, when all the woke stuff, stuff started happening in the U.S. as like a Latino that had a lot of Asian friends, I was like, you do realize that like Latinos and Asians are like the most racist people of like all, like just casually racist. Like they don't even think anything of it. It's just like, oh yeah, those people suck. Like they're from that country, they suck. And then and that's it. Like it's just a matter of fact. And so like the like left-wing people in the US would be like appalled. They'd be clutching their pearls. And they're like, what do we do? I was like, you accept that human beings are assholes and that you're not going to get along with some of them. But most people are like, if they think you're cool, they don't care where you're from. Like that's really it's that simple. It really is that simple. And so I think my parents did a good job. My dad was in the Navy, so I got to live around the world. And I was blessed that, like, as a young kid, I lived in Japan for 2 years. And that's where I got exposed to, like I said, Ultraman and the real Power Rangers and all that good stuff. And a lot of, Japanese culture and anime back in the day. And I'd love to go back now as an adult and see how it's changed when I was a kid. But it was fascinating, and I'm glad that I got to experience that. And my parents were always just like, look, like different people in different parts of the world look different, and they do things differently, and that's just the way that it is. And some of them are going to be cool, and some of them are not. And just judge people by how they end up treating you, and if they have respect for you. And I was like, well, that's pretty easy. And I was fortunate because a lot of people don't get that experience, right? To go to different parts of the world and to see that. So I get it. I can understand why people would be ignorant, and I have a lot of grace for that. So I know even when I came back, a lot of people, like I met people in the States that were white, and they're like, I've never met like a black or Jewish person before in my entire life. And I was like, that happened. So I was like, so how do you expect people to formulate an opinion with something that they've never known?
They don't know.
Yeah, they're ignorant. So that's just how it is. And it's not ignorant necessarily in a bad way. It's just like you don't know what you don't
Circumstance
know.
of life.
Yeah. So you have to have patience for people and have grace for that. And I think everybody's just so quick to get angry nowadays. And this happens on our side too nowadays, right? Where I think we've been so, if you want to call it traumatized, that's being a little bit dramatic, but we've become so, we've reacted to so much like to woke culture that I think in some ways we've almost become reactionary and weak in other ways. And I was like, God, like, come on, we don't really give a shit about certain things. Like we would say this about one another, and we just busting balls in a normal conversation. Like, we can't let this get to us just because it's the other side now. Like, especially now that I think that we've won in a lot of cases, or at least we've exposed woke culture so that normies can kind of see it and judge it for themselves. So now it's like, these people are a bunch of losers. Like, I really don't care. Like, we're dominating them. Let's just continue that. So
yeah. All right. So thank you so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. I know it's like super late in your area now, but I do want to, the War Wizard wants me to ask this question, and he always asks me this question. So the thing is, Grae probably already knows. So here's the thing. So Phil, War Wizard with the 199. Phil, you know what I'm going to ask if you don't. So you went to Japan. You know what Fudanari is. I don't need to explain that to you.
What was that?
You know what a Fuda is, right?
Well, explain that to me.
Let's see. No. Oh,
yeah, let's see. Let's hear it.
Oh, no.
Maybe I do know. I just don't know.
It's so it's basically a chick with a dick.
Oh,
okay,
okay.
In the Japanese way, it's actually like, biologically a woman, but it just so happens she has a giant penis, right? And it's like, it's not like a tiny fucking Asian Chinese 2-incher, right? I'm talking about this fucking massive hog thing, all right? So now the thing is, with it being a Fuda, the question is balls or no balls? That's the question.
Oh my gosh.
You don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it. Okay.
No, there's no answer for this. This is terrible. Like, no way. As soon as you see that this is an unnatural situation, you gotta walk
I'm never
away.
coming back here again.
Yeah, yo, bro, I'm never coming back to Project Eggroll, man. That was a mistake.
Look, the advice that I give anybody, man or woman, is that if it's not as advertised, you have every right to walk away. And you don't have to feel bad about it all, and you don't owe anybody an explanation. So it's like even if it could be as mundane as if you're on a dating website and the person is showing photos from like 20 years ago when they weighed like 100 pounds less, and when you walk up, that's not the case. Like, you can walk away, and you can be nice about it. And you can be like, look, you lied about your profile. Like, let's be honest. If you want to be nice, like, that's what I would do. I would be nice about it. I'd be like, look, you were not honest about this. You've already set a bad foundation. Let's just call it an L and go home right now. That's it. That's it. We'll act like nothing ever happened. And that's it. We can walk away with our pride. You don't have to be embarrassed about lying about it. And I don't need to spend money on something that's total bullshit. So like, let's just walk away. So that's the way that I would say there. So if you're in that situation, gentlemen, just walk away. Don't even feel bad.
But the question is, let's say, but the question is, balls or no balls on a Fudanari?
You don't let yourself get into that situation. That's what I'm telling you. You don't. It's like abstinence. How do you not get STDs? You don't even get to that point. Like, you don't do it. Don't do it. Don't even go there.
I wish I thought of that answer.
Yeah, I wish that was my answer.
I wish I met you earlier.
That's it.
I wish I met you earlier.
Because I answered it.
Look, one of my favorite people in all of fiction is going to be Captain Kirk, right? And Captain Kirk admits at the end of the day, I didn't. What was it? What's the test in Star Trek that's impossible? The Kobayashi Maru. The Kobayashi Maru. He's like, I didn't even beat that. I just fucking cheated. So it's like, no, I'm not even going to get into this situation. Like, I'm not even doing it. That's the way you do. You got to Kobayashi Maru your way out of this.
Yeah, just cheat.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh man, let's see. Psalmist Blackfire says, "Can't believe I'm late to the Rolo stream. Wonder if he remembers those Titanfall 2 streams. I was lost in those matches. Hail Rolo."
I remember. Of course I do. Titanfall 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. I love those moments. So glad you had a good time with that, Thomas.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Rolo, for coming on, man. Really appreciate it. So what are you doing and where can people find you?
So yeah, I stream every Friday, a Thursday or Friday with my family, which people seem to enjoy. They get to see where my roots started off with my uncle and my father, who are both almost 70 years old, and they're still playing video games and shooters with us. And my younger brother's there, who's about 5 years younger than me. So you get the full family male experience and see where that came from. So my uncle, my dad are actually pretty hilarious because they're like old school men. They just talk a lot of shit and they just complain about how bad they suck, but everybody loves them, and they're the real MVPs at the end of the day. So you can check me out there. I'm Puerto Rican Pistolero everywhere. I do political commentary as well and talk about the Second Amendment. You guys saw some of that here, and that's probably my main passion. I've got a lot to say about what's going on with the Epstein list right now, and kind of how MAGA is split, and how some people are just, you got to call shit how it is. Like if you like somebody and they disappoint you and they're doing the wrong thing, don't be a bitch. You got to call them out. Like that's how it is.
You see, he got ratioed on Truth Social.
I mean, look, this is what it is. Look, this is what makes us better than the other side, right? Because they'll get pissed on, and when the left tells them it's rain, they'll accept it, right? And they'll be like, oh, you know what? I know it's pissed, but I will accept that it's rain. But when that happens to us, we're like, look, we're not going to buy this. It's like, yes, I love you when you're doing great on immigration, when you're doing great on trade. I love all that stuff, but you're fucking up on this one, and it's going to hurt you. So I'm going to call you out because I want you to be better. That's the expectation. We're better than the left, and we're better than other politicians that have come before. And if we're not, then it's all a waste of time, and we're not going to take that bullshit no matter who it is. So,
all right,
whether I like you or not.
It's the same thing. It's like, all right, cool. So there's no list, right? Release Ghislaine Maxwell. Release her.
Yeah. Or just let us know, like, if you're embarrassed, let us know that, like, the Biden administration got rid of all the evidence before you came in. And that's totally fine. And look, a lot of people won't believe it, but at least that's something, right? You can be like, look, we wanted to do it. They got rid of everything. And that would almost be believable, because it's like, well, why would you keep all this dirt that could incriminate yourself? I happen to believe that a lot of intelligence agencies would probably get rid of evidence. It seems like a smart thing to do. So we'd be pissed, but at least I'd be like, you know what? They might be being honest about it, because to admit that they got nothing and that it was purged, that's so bad that I would almost believe that. But where now they're just like, why are you guys talking about this? I'm getting annoyed. Like, why are we talking about this Epstein guy?
We still talking about it? It's like, that's one of the things that you said you're going to do.
I was like, you know better than this. Like, this really looks bad. And if you get Dan Bongino and Kash Patel to like quit, like he's cooked. He's cooked. It's going to be bad, and I'll be one to call him out. I don't care if I voted for him or not. And that's not saying that the Democrats would do a good job. They wouldn't. It just means that no matter who we choose, we're screwed. That's really all that it is. And so we might as well accept that if that's the truth. So, but there's a part of me that I hope it is 5D chess, and that 2 years from now, Trump is going to be like, I lied about everything because we were going after the most powerful people in the world. And if I had let them know that I was going after them, they would have put everything in their way to stop me. So I had to lie in order to get them to feel like they were safe. And then we went after them, and now they're all in prison. That'd be great. And I'd be like, you know what?
If that's awesome. The case, hell yeah.
I'd be like, this dude's the greatest president of all time. He bamboozled everybody, and it was the right move. He played the long con, and it paid off. I pray that that's what's going on, but I don't think so, and it sucks. But
me either.
It is what it is. So, We'll see.
All right, man. Thank you so much, dude, for coming on. Shout out to Rolo, the Puerto Rican Pistolero, for coming on. You guys can check out his stuff. It's in the description down below, and it's also pinned in the comments with his link tree. Rolo, thank you so much. We definitely want to have you back on the Project Eggroll in the future. But thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it, dude.
Anytime. Phil, great. You guys are awesome. Take care, chat. Catch you guys later. Follow me, jump on, and yeah, I'm still here. So check it out. Have a good night, guys.
Take care, man. See ya.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there it is. Yeah, go ahead and check out Rolo. And his stuff is in the link tree. And go ahead and check out his stuff. I've been what's it called again? I remember watching TMNE with Rolo on back in the day. So
yeah,
cool.
I've seen a couple of streams with him on it. So yeah.
Hell yes. Let's see. War Wizard with the 199. I would just put down balls then. Thank you for the what's it called again? The 199. Thank you. I say release all the names and let the people sort it out. I think that I don't think Trump can is because I think there's a lot of people that's still probably in his might be in his cabinet or a part of the Republican team that are on the list. I think there are also a lot of foreign people, like maybe someone from like China or Russia or any of these like political parties in like foreign nations that are on the list, right? Like they probably have a bunch of stuff that was on the list, man. So I think that's the reason why he can't do it. Maybe Benjamin Netanyahu is on the list. I don't know, and maybe all that shit's happening. Yep. There it is, man. Thanks to everyone. Great to be on. Hell yeah, man. Hell yes. But yeah. See. I don't care. Release it all. Yeah. For me, I don't care either. I want them to release all of it too. 100%. All right. So, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Superman because this is gay. This is super gay, and we're gonna talk about it. Grae. You saw me talk about this yesterday. So, this is from out.com. Yes, Superman is an immigrant. He's also a gay icon. So what do you think about this? God. I talked about this yesterday in my stream.
Yeah.
And how do you feel that Superman is mega gay and he is a basically a an embodiment of a gay icon? How do you feel about this?
My question to whoever wrote this or the team that I think we didn't watch the same film, the same movies. Because didn't you guys see him making out with Lois Lane for like multiple times? How is that gay? Like that's the most not gay thing a Superman can do. But I don't know. These people are just making stuff up in their minds. Maybe their own fan fiction Superman. Maybe there's a gay Superman there somewhere. But in terms of like what we saw this recent Superman and the history of the official DC Superman, he's always like, masculinity, man of the people, standing by what's right. That's always been the theme of Superman. Even for me, even who's just an absolute normie, who's not deep into the Superman lore, that's what I feel. And it was, I never thought, oh, Superman, he represents the LGBTQ people. No, okay. He's a man of the people, period. And he's clearly a male. I don't know what else to say. And yeah, these people write it. They're just doing this for clicks and for
100%.
For their outrage baiting because like they don't know what to write. Slow news day or whatever it is. No, nothing LGBTQ plus to talk about. So let's make this popular character trending right now. LGBTQ. This is all there is to it.
So I read this entire article yesterday, and basically saying he's an immigrant. Well, he actually was adopted, so technically he's not an immigrant anymore. The movie is more about Superman's is more about the adoption versus him being an immigrant. Okay, yeah, he crash landed on Earth, and then mom, pa, Kent is like, all right, we're gonna adopt this kid, right? And that's about it. So it's about adoption, right? End of story. Now him being a gay icon. So I read through this, and it basically said Batman, Spider-Man, and Superman are all gay icons. Anyone that has an alter ego, that has to hide their true identity, and wears crazy costumes are a part of the LGBTQ plus community. Because that's what gay people and lesbians do all the time. Is because as as a person who wrote this, right? They said that as let's say if you're a closeted gay guy, right? you got to hide your identity. You got to wear something different. But in reality, when you are with your gay friends or gay LGBTQ friends, you can wear whatever you want. You can come out as whatever you want, right? You can wear bright colors. So that is the comparison that this author is making, saying that the reason why is not just Superman. If you scroll down, right, you see you actually look at it, and I believe there is they talk about Superman, Batman, and what's it called again? Spider-Man, and I believe even Wolverine, right? So Batman, see right over here. You know, the only time that Batman will come out is only in the dark of night, like Batman. Do we go out in completely different clothing? Right? So we have that.
What?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And then I was right over here. Maybe even hide our faces like the webbed Spider-Man in a mask. So it's not just Batman. I mean, it's not just Superman now, but Batman and Spider-Man are gay.
Yes, because like it's a good idea for Batman to wear neon pink in the middle of the night.
But yeah, it's like these people just can't stop. Like everything has got to be some kind of representation. You can't have any other way, right? And they're saying that, you know, Man of Steel, you know, he's like, there's a reason why he has to dress, because he needs to be a part of whatever normality he's in. And we should start making this kind of stuff more normal for gay people and lesbians and queers and stuff like that, right? So it's basically saying that, you know, he's basically saying that you know, while straight men admire Superman's masculinity, gay men find it both aspirational and hot. What about the straight women? I'm pretty sure straight women find Superman hot too, right? So it's just, this is like a hardcore projection of how like they're extremely insecure. And here's the thing. You want to see who wrote this? You saw it yesterday.
All right. Yeah, I did.
Man.
Yeah.
Man. So these people.
Yeah.
These
someone
people
in chat,
are the
like,
people.
Yeah. Chris Chan lookalike. Yeah.
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 Yeah. So the thing is, they really want Superman to be gay. Here's the thing. We do have a gay version of Superman. And I believe it was like Superman's son, all right? And they're like holding up a pride thing or something shit like that.
Oh, I remember that.
We saw that, right? And that I believe,
out.
that nobody cared about that. And that version of Superman is completely dead now. And I think they're just basically, yo, we have a very, very slow news week, and everyone is talking about Superman. How can we, as a dying publication, make money and sort of be in what the current zeitgeist is, right? What everyone's talking about. And as right now, everyone is talking about Superman. Everyone is talking about Superman. So let's talk about gay Superman, right? And it's wild that they're like, man, we have no money.
I just saw this now in this website. They have a category called drag.
Yep, they do. They do.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they do. Grae, this website it's called out.com. Coming out, telling the word, coming out as gay, coming out as lesbian.
Yeah. Like I was gonna say, like, before I saw that category, it's like, just make a normal review, whether you like the thing or not.
This is not even a review of Superman. This is just saying it's a comparison on how gay he is. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And eventually, this is what's going to happen to every one of these idiots that are working at this, like, companies like Out, I don't know, the company Kotaku or whatever.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen. They're going to go back to McDonald's and work there. Bitch, just put the fries in the bag.
Yeah.
That's all I want. Stop making random shit. All right? Stop. Nobody cares about whether you think Superman is a gay icon or not. Whether or not Batman or Spider-Man is a gay icon. Why do you have out.com bookmarked? I'm going to unmod you right now. Unmod you right now. Look, these people need to go back to working at Wendy's, freaking McDonald's, and just put the fries in the bag, all right? That's all we need. And the thing is that this article has nothing to do with the Superman movie or any of the review. It's just saying,
yeah,
oh, he's an immigrant and he's gay. He's a gay icon. That's about it. Right. So I can't wait for them to go back to working at McDonald's. I really, really can't wait. These people need to lose their jobs. Man, like are you seriously that fucking I guess desperate for clicks? Yeah, I think they are because nobody cares about them. This is why nobody cares, and yet we're still talking about them. They did get our clicks. There we go.
Yeah, that's their only way.
Yeah, insane.
That's their only way to get it. Yeah.
Oh man. But let's see. It's Mad Frog with the 499. Superman is also a xenophile because he's in interspecies relationships. The left's logic. Yep. Yeah. And the reason why they said that Superman wears bright flamboyant, like Superman is gay. Why do you think he's wearing like his underwear on the outside? What? Of course he will wear underwear on the outside because that's what gay people do as well. that's what the LGBTQ people do as well. Yeah, so like they really, really want something to make something out of nothing.
Yeah,
right?
They're really badly looking for that validation.
Yeah. But thank you, Mad Frog 4499. Thank you. Let's see. No answer, Rough Nice question. The reason why I had it up is because Grae had it on our list of topics to talk about. That's why. It's not because I had it bookmarked. All right. There, I answer your question. I'm not gay. Wendy's, how dare you? Wendy's fallen off. All right. Just letting you know, Wendy's has fallen off. All right. Just letting you know. When they didn't see the film but still need an article on it, yep, they literally have nothing to do. Oh, when are they going to interview Jeremy on this retail experience? Jeremy, the gay guy from Geeks and Gamers. Oh shit. Oh, so it's Grae's fault. There it is. There it is. Oh man, there it is. All right. So we're gonna talk about this. So I'm gonna Grae, if you want, you can share this because I'm gonna I need to go off camera really quick. But if you want, you can share this and you can talk about it. I posted it in the private chat.
Which one? Oh, okay. Let me take a look at this.
Because Grae's favorite, 100% all-time favorite TV show is Ironheart. If you guys didn't know, he loves Ironheart.
Yeah, even though I never seen it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so Grae, if you want to bring it up, go ahead.
Share my screen. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Wait. This one. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. So am I sharing? Okay, yeah. So apparently, like they're still trying to push Ironheart. I never watched it. I was thinking about reviewing it, but when it came out here in the Philippines, it was on the same day my Switch 2 was on delivery to the house. So yeah. Fuck that woke Disney shit. So I never got around to watching Ironheart, but the majority, the consensus is that it's absolute garbage. Like Ironheart was actually the villain. She was, stealing Tony Stark's equipment. She made a deal with the devil, necromancy. So that's all I basically know about it. It was utter garbage, even more garbage than Echo, I believe, which already me and Phil reviewed. It was a train wreck. It was a disaster. So up to now, Disney is still trying to push through with I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea to keep pushing Robert Downey to, elevate this franchise, this dead franchise. I don't think even in the comic books, people like Ironheart, given that Robert Downey Jr. is going to be playing as Doctor Doom. So it's kind of hurting his brand, especially you're pushing for Doomsday to be Robert Downey Jr. So yeah, but anyway, yeah, Phil. So we're gonna watch this. Do you want to watch this 1.5?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I don't.
Can you hear the audio or no? I don't.
Wait, Chet. Do you want to share it instead so that?
Yeah, I'll share it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll close mine.
All right. All right, so I have it here. All right, here we go.
Dominic Thorne.
All right, here we go. You guys ready?
Dominic Thorne, I have seen.
Is it coming through or no?
Yep. I can hear.
All of the first 3 episodes of Ironheart. I love it. We have so much to discuss. I think this may be the premier character in the MCU that's from Chicago. And I go, oh my God, how is it taking this long?
There's a nucleus there for her. It's her community, her home. It's Chicago.
In episode 2, I call it the Shaka Khan tunnel heist freehand sequence.
How much money do you think Marvel is paying him to do this?
Probably a substantial amount. Like he's getting already 95 million as Doctor Doom. Maybe they added like, okay, here's 5 or 10 more. Please chill for this movie. Like, because like you know, like if he says that this sucks ass, you can kiss his career goodbye in Marvel. So obviously he's never gonna say bad things about Marvel. It's like Bob Iger saying Disney sucks. Like we're never. Obviously, dude. Obviously, you're gonna show for this.
And I guarantee you, he has not watched this at all. And all he did was given here's the stuff that here are bullet points of what we want you to say. Because Robert Downey Jr. is not gonna have time to watch this garbage.
Yeah.
All right. And if you don't watch it, you're a racist. If you didn't like it, you are racist. But yeah, let's continue with this cringe. We still have a minute left.
Freehand sequence, which is just great. By the way, the soundtrack and the music.
Chicago, come alive.
It's Chicago, but I also feel Nate Moore. I also feel Ryan. I feel the Black Panther energy in this.
That was probably also one of the most fun scenes to shoot for the top half because it is so high intensity and quick and fast. This is like the first time Riri gets to just like flex what she's good at.
I couldn't believe that.
Stealing. That's what she's good at. Stealing.
Yeah. Is that the biggest value proposition? It's the Chicago origin story. Like nobody. Imagine me like saying, "Hey guys, watch this Filipino TV show. It has the Metro Manila origin stories." Like, what the fuck, man? Who gives a shit?
Oh man.
After episode 2, that episode 3 actually gets more jazzy and out of control and hectic. And really, you're doing kind of almost a little bit of like cat burglar spy work. Were you claustrophobic in that shaft that you were in when everything starts closing?
Oh my God, that was insane.
You're underwater, you're in tunnels, you're hiding, you're sneaking, you're trying to get information.
It's like this, like you can tell this video is, we all know this video is not a genuine video. Look, like this, look, this is like a high quality production camera.
Yeah.
And then you have this like, iPhone style kind of thing. And then I bet you when he gets up, he's like, all right, cool, give me my fucking money. I don't fucking care about that shit.
Yeah. I don't know what happened in the TV show, but you know what would have been cool if you were actually in it, if you really meant it. If you're like, I mean, she's stealing from Iron Man. Wouldn't you think Iron Man should be in it? Like,
well, but he's dead. He's dead, Grae. So it's like
I don't know.
It's dumb. It's dumb.
Get information.
Yeah.
Episode 3 might be my favorite episode.
I mean, yeah, even if he's dead, right? You could make it like a hologram Iron Man, a hologram Tony Stark, where she encounters it when he's like she's trying to steal, or something like that.
He should be like, hey, black girl that snuck into my Stark Industries, just letting you know I'm a hologram. I'm not really Tony Stark because I'm dead, but you're stealing from me. It's like, it's like that, like. Look, remember, they are trying to, steal from the rich and give to the poor. All right, just letting you know. All right, so it's good, and the thing is that like you had Mephisto is also in the freaking show too. It's like, hey, sign this contract, make a deal with me. I'm the devil and shit like that, and she fucking takes it. So it's like, her moral character just like it's gone. It's just freaking gone, man. So yeah, I don't think anyone cares about Ironheart, and there's a reason why this thing came and went so quickly. So nobody talks about it. All right. Whenever just letting you guys know, whenever Marvel drops something on Disney Plus that has like 3 episodes this week, 3 episodes next week, you're done.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Echo. Right, Echo came and went. Nobody fucking talked about it anymore. After a little bit, same thing with nobody's gonna talk about this. Is because they have to use all of their marketing to hype up the Fantastic Four, and that's a movie we're gonna have to watch as well. Now, Grae, I do want to ask: do you think the Fantastic Four, now that we've seen Superman, do you think the Fantastic Four is going to be better than Superman?
No, like right before I watched Superman, I was on the fence. Like, okay, I'm not sure which of these two is gonna be better, but after watching Superman, despite not being amazed or wowed by Superman, I think Superman's gonna be the better film. I mean, I'd be glad to be wrong. I always in this case, I'm always would rather be wrong that it's actually really really good, but I'm not seeing it. I don't think Fantastic Four will be better than Superman.
Yeah, I don't think so too. I think that I think it's gonna sort of feel the same, is because you're like, you have an ensemble group already. You have 4 of them. Invisible Woman's gonna be the leader of the Fantastic Four, not Reed Richards. What's it called?
And
Human Torch is gonna be a fucking pussy, right? He's not gonna
yeah,
be a a womanizer or a hothead or anything like
yeah.
that. So he's just gonna be like a fucking beta male, male feminist bullshit kind of thing.
That's another thing. Like the mother company running this thing and the cast, like they're the kind of people who can't help themselves but insert their ideology. At least here in Superman, I'll give them credit for not doing that. Like they just tried their best to make a good film. They didn't put any politics in it, any woke DEI in it. It's just, they tried their best to make a good film. So that kind of worked in favor for them. But here, Pedro Pascal's politics, Disney's politics. They're gonna insert that somewhere along the way. So they can't help themselves.
Yeah, I think so too. So I'm gonna put a poll out for Superman really quick. All right, if you watched Superman 2025, did you like it? You like it, okay? And it's just a yes or no, okay? So yes, no. So I'm gonna put a poll out because I want to see what the chat thinks, right? Because there's some people who enjoyed it, some people who didn't, and I want to see and for people who have watched it. So if you've watched Superman 2025, did you like it? I'm gonna put a poll out for you guys, so you guys because that's the thing that's been going on this past week, right? There are a lot of people I know that really, really liked the movie. Tom Connors Jr. from Midnight's Edge, he really, really liked it. Same thing with Robert Meyer Burnett. He really liked it. Yellow Flash liked it. Smash JT liked it.
Craig, right?
Stuttering Craig liked it as well. So a lot of people liked it. Kada liked it. So the thing is, and here's the thing, on the opposite spectrum, I know a lot of people who didn't like it. What's it called? I did. So let's see. Epic Mike didn't like it. Josiah didn't like it. Benology surprisingly didn't like it. Right? He thought it was mid. Chaz didn't like it. Jeremy of Geeks and Gamers didn't like it. And I think Chris Gore said that it was like mid. Same thing with Gary.
Yeah.
And I know that Drinker put out his review. I haven't seen it yet, but according to what I heard, he thinks it's a mess. Right?
Yeah. I watched it. Yeah. Pretty much on. A lot of my points are pretty much the same as his.
Yeah. So like for me, I just think that like this movie had a lot of people divided, right? A lot of people did not like this. Like the fact that if I loved it and you didn't like it, I'm gonna try to convince you to like it, like that kind of thing.
Yeah. That's human nature. It's normal.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Grae, did you like the tornado scene in Man of Steel? Where
okay. Back then when I watched the first time, I was not as critical as I am now, for sure. Because I didn't do YouTube back then. I'm just like normie, absolute normie when it comes to. It didn't even strike me as like an iconic scene. Like it didn't even there was not an inkling for me. Wait, there's something wrong with that scene. It's like not even that. So the only time I thought about it is when Jeremy mentioned it, like much later on, years after I watched. Like, oh yeah, that's pretty dumb. Which I never realized. So yeah, back then I didn't realize, but I really liked Man of Steel back then. Right now, I still do, but not as much as I did before. That's probably the best I can say about Man of Steel. But right now, I prefer overall, I like Man of Steel more than this 2025. But yeah, not that there's like I said, I like the dynamic between Clark Kent and Lois Lane in this iteration more than the Snyder one. and some other things. But overall, I think Man of Steel is the better movie.
Yeah. Like here, you want to hear what Jeremy said? I'm not sure if you watched like FNT or if you watched the Piers Morgan thing, the interview that he did. He said that given what they did to Martha and John Kent in this movie, like he's okay. Like he can. I'm paraphrasing here. He's okay with John Kent getting swept up by the tornado. Like they like it's like that's how bad they did it, is because they said that like you go I guess you say Lois Lane going into it's like, okay, how are you so just, how are you so like you're morally, your moral compass, how are you such a good person, right? And it's like, oh, because of his parents, and then the parents are sort of like and according to what Jeremy said, they're retards. That's what he said. Right, so it's sort of, it's like they're sort of like cousin humpers or something like that, right? So it's just like it's like for me, like I understand that, but like for me, I think like my gripe with it was like there are a lot of things that people didn't like, and people are going to compare it to the comic books. People who have read the comic books, right? They're like, Superman did this in the comic books, but like here's the thing: not everything from comics and manga can translate to the screen correctly, or it'll look fucking weird. It'll be campy. It'll be hokey. Not everything works, right? So I think with that in mind, I think a lot of people just couldn't stand that, right? I think let me actually find something that the quartering said, right? The quartering, but you know quartering, right?
Yep.
All right, so this is what quartering said about Kata's post. So here's Kata's post. All right, I'll bring it up here. Here's Kata post. No, my invincible son, don't save my life. Stupid move, movie Man of Steel is. Now, I think this scene is still very stupid. I understand why they did it, but I still think it's dumb, right? It's because it would have been, because this is something that Superman, he can control the situation, right? Like and everything. It's all about, like, let's say we're talking about Superman, him being in control of everything, right? He wants to save everyone. And at the end of the day, if John Kent had a heart attack like he did in the other source materials, it's something that he cannot save. It's out of his control, and that's why Superman is like, he's like, fuck, there's something I can't control the situation. Fuck, man. And so that's why I understand. Right, but this one is like, I get it. Yeah, the tornado scene is dumb, right? But I understand why, right? We talked about it with Benology. He loves this scene. It's one of his favorite scenes in the world, right? But the quartering said, what a bizarre way to admit you know nothing about the movie or the character. He didn't want him to save his life because there would have been eyewitnesses to his powers. He didn't. He did it to protect his son's sense of normalcy. And here's the thing. I do agree with what a lot of people are saying here. You're talking about a freaking tornado. You're talking about a fucking like not a lot of people will be in that tornado, right? So like Superman he's faster than a speeding bullet, so you can go zip, and that's it. He could have saved them, right?
Yeah.
So but Kata responds, and many replies here simply don't understand the point. The question isn't whether or not Superman could have saved his father. Everyone knows he could. He did it to protect his son and teach him maybe the most important lesson of restraint, right? And I think this is still a lot of what a lot of people didn't like. This is one major scene that a lot of people did not like about Superman and Man of Steel, is that, right? Of course, Kata responded, in a bunch of cloud and debris, a superpowered being with super speed couldn't save his father without anyone noticing. So, I still think it's a dumb scene. There's a lot of things that are dumb in the movie that I didn't like. But, and I'll say this again, Man of Steel has way more memorable moments than Superman 2025.
Yeah, I still remember the fight scenes where, like, you know, Zod's minions were like beating the shit out of him. Then it's like him fighting back. You know, in that final arc where you see so much buildings getting annihilated because Superman was fighting everyone. That's still more memorable than anything here in this latest one. Yeah.
So the thing is, now The question is, me and you both agree that Man of Steel is better than Superman 2025. We both agree with that. Now the question is Batman versus Superman better than Superman 2025?
Good question. Okay, that's hard. That was hard. Actually, harder. This is the harder.
Yeah.
Tricky question. Yeah, that's actually tough.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
Tough.
Here's the thing. Right? Batman versus Superman, a lot of cool scenes, but a lot of shitty things too.
A lot of garbage too.
Like Martha, save Martha. I hate that scene. Okay. I saved Martha. I just said a name. I'm getting PTSD. Why do I have a boner?
I definitely hate this Lex Luthor more. The one in Batman versus Superman. That's a shittier. That one's for sure.
Here's a Jolly Rancher. Here's a Jolly Rancher.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. Which one would you go back and watch? Would you rather watch the Superman again, or would you go back? Okay, let's talk. We can talk about either Batman versus Superman cuts. The extended Ultimate cut, which it shows the investigations. That what Clark, he went to Gotham, he did the investigation, and it shows a little bit more stuff with how Batman stole the kryptonite from LexCorp. So doesn't matter which version you watch. Which one would you consider? Which one would you go back and watch?
That's the thing, because it has a lot of bad moments too. But for me, it's I wouldn't mind watching that warehouse scene again with Batman.
We have your answer. We have your answer. That warehouse scene was so fucking good. Here's the shitty part. I know that they needed to sell the movie, but that I wish they only showed a snippet of the warehouse scene. And they did not show the entire because they basically showed the entire warehouse scene in the trailer. Right. And I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Right. Because that scene is the best part of the entire movie. Right. And of course they have do you tell me? Do you bleed? Right? And okay, remember the first time you saw that trailer where you see armored Batman fucking turns on the thing, and then you see the fucking lightning flash, and you see Clark freaking Superman standing there with his fucking heat vision. You're like, oh fuck, that's so sick, right? Well, of course, we didn't know that was gonna be fucking garbage, right? I still fucking hate Doomsday. Introducing Doomsday was stupid.
That was really bad.
Whether or not if Doomsday looked like the comic books where he had a beard and the fucking spikes everywhere, it doesn't matter. It's because that part was dumb. I would say if that part was cut out, it probably would have been a lot better because it'll be a more tightly
it should have followed. It should have followed the Civil War route. How the final arc of Civil War, where Tony Stark found when they entered the base with Captain America, Tony Stark finds out it was Bucky who killed his parents.
He's my friend. So was I. Right?
Yeah. So I think that would have been much better.
So Grae, are you saying that you like BVS more than Superman 2025?
Yeah, I think I need to let 2025 Superman sink in more before I come up. Because for that, I'll play it. It's a tiebreaker for now.
Okay.
Because Batman, we've known it for a long, long time. For us, we just watched this a few days ago. So maybe maybe I'll watch it again, or I don't know. Then maybe let me think about it some more. Then maybe I'll come to a conclusion which is better.
Yeah, I did there are some scenes I did like too from BVS where I think the part where he in the beginning of the movie where you see he's in Metropolis, right? He's in Metropolis, and because this Wayne, the Wayne Tower, Wayne Industries there, and then Superman's fucking shit up, and he's saving a little girl, and he's seeing man, if there's if there's even an inch of this person that can change, that's pretty bad. The way he talked, I think that Bruce Wayne is really good. I'm not saying it's the best, but I would say his Batman is probably my favorite Batman in terms of on-screen presence, is because Ben Affleck's a tall guy. He's 6'3" or some shit like that, and he's he got so fucking jacked for for that movie.
Yeah, I think Ben Affleck's Batman got screwed over because of
he needed his own movie, man. He needed his own movie. Yeah, it sucked.
With good writing, I think he would have been a more iconic Batman than what he is today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All I want to know is where is the trigger? Yeah. It's just like it's I think Alfred, played by Jeremy Irons, is pretty good too. And but yeah, I think BVS could have been really good. Now the thing is, like the Trinity shot with like Wonder Woman, that should have been done in a Justice League movie, not in a Batman versus Superman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, during that time, during BVS, you know, that was the start of them trying to catch up to Marvel because Marvel was doing so well with Phase 2 and 3. So they wanted to catch the same thing. So it's sad it became that way.
Yeah. Like I would say if I was going to compare Batman versus Superman to the Superman, I think Batman versus Superman, especially the Ultimate Edition, because I think that one's a lot better. I would give it. I would have Batman vs Superman inch away from the Superman. I think it's a little bit better. Here's the thing. I do like the more mature take of Superman, and but I do like how bright and like vibrant this movie is in terms of how Clark, he's sort of like a happy-go-lucky guy, because you don't see any of that kind of shit in Zack Snyder stuff. But in terms of like memorability, like there's nothing in this movie that it's like, wow, this scene is badass. I will go back just to watch the scene alone. Right? There's nothing like that. So yeah, and I think that's the way. And of course, people who are like, "Oh, you're fucking retarded, man. Oh, this movie's Man of Steel is fucking garbage." It's like, yeah, it's subjective, right? It's whatever you guys think. But I think overall, if we're talking about Man of Steel, Man of Steel, I think is a better movie, and more enjoyable.
Yeah, it's like maybe because it's still so early. I just watched it last night. It hasn't fully synced in yet, but very likely, I think I'm gonna agree with you because, like, for me, the biggest gripe I have with Superman 2025 is like, he's Superman. He doesn't feel super at all.
Yeah, and I saw other people. He literally gets his ass beat the entire movie until like near the end. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna stop the poll. All right, so we have 10% of people enjoyed the movie. 90% of the people did not. For people who voted,
ooh, that's brutal.
That is not good. So let's go ahead and check Rotten Tomatoes. I do want to see where it's at. Of course, Rotten Tomato is the aggregate. There is probably going to be a little bit skewed, is because a lot of people use this, and I'm gonna bring up IMDb as well. IMDb Superman. Because that one should be, we should have a score for that one now. And and I'm gonna also bring up Critic List, because I started using Critic List, and I think Critic List is it's pretty good as well. Go ahead.
Who was the one who said that Critic List is gonna have games also? That's when I'll open account when games.
What's it called again? I believe someone mentioned it, but I think might have been Jeremy, or might have been Epic Mike or something like that. They said it. The thing is, like, they know Blaine, and Blaine is the guy who runs Critic List.
Okay.
Yeah, like Beardo knows him, like Jeremy knows him. Yeah. Epic Mike knows him. Like what's it called again? Like, he's on the Monday Hangover stream with what's it called again? With Jay and Drunk 3PO. Yeah, Blaine said it himself. Yeah, they're gonna have a game.
Yeah, okay. That's the time I'll open an account for me personally. If I want to review, if I want to write movies, I am inclined to use this account as Project Eggroll. I'll just make it explicit that it's me. This is me. This is not Phil's opinion. If I do write a movie review.
All right. But so I have Superman pulled up. Let's go ahead and check. Let's check Rotten Tomatoes first, is because this is what a lot of people will use as their whether or not they're gonna watch it. As of right now, there is an 82% all critics.
High.
Yeah, which is really high. If you go to top critics, it's 72. Right, it's 72. And I believe if this was probably not here anymore, but when Disbrew, I remember he went through and looked at some of the actual critics for the good ones. It doesn't sound good, right? So I do want to see what he's talking about. So get out of here, bro. James Gunn put his heart and soul into the story, and it's impossible to ignore how brilliant the story comes. It's fun. It's a fun film, surprisingly decent length. That introduces new Superman, establishes new DC universe. As official cinematic introduction to DCU, it succeeds where it matters most, established central pillars, genuine chemistry, and pairing Emmy Award-winning roles Rachel Brosnahan. In time of rising division, endless wars, and crushing cynicism, this Superman offers belief. Doesn't do this It doesn't do this in brute strength, but in kindness. James Gunn's version of Superman gets more wrong than right. However, the film at times suffers from overcrowded plot. With too many characters and subplots. There is a good movie at its core, but sometimes get lost. This sounds like a 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
Right?
This doesn't sound fresh.
Yeah. So that's the reason why we can't just use Rotten Tomatoes we can't just use Rotten Tomatoes as your aggregate in terms of oh god damn it. I'm just gonna ignore this bullshit. But yeah. I'm just gonna refresh. Fuck you. All right, there it is. You know, you can see at the top. You can see at the top right there. You see at the top. 82 to and I believe fan score is it's pretty high up too. It's like 80 something. So Superman on IMDb, 7.7 out of 10. Right? So like a C rating. Right? Which is a passing score, but it's not an A. Right? So I think this is where I think it's overall people are gonna say this movie is fun. This is a fun movie. Right?
Yeah.
Now let's go ahead and check out Criticalist. And Criticalist is where people voice their concerns, and it's basically based right over here. Total, we have 52%. Right?
Yeah.
So if you go down, so that's my review over here. And so we have a lot, it's like mixed, right? Some people really liked it, decent, rad, bogus, rad. Excellent. Let's see who is the top. Who's the top? Let's see. Most upvoted. Blaine. So this is the guy who runs Criticalist. This is his, and he gave it a 59.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my prediction too. For like it's gonna be a between 6 to an 8. That's what I
Jay gave it a 50%.
Okay.
Jeremy gave it a 30.
Brutal.
He hated this. Jeremy did not like it, right? So this guy slipping into the void gave it a 59. My Nerdy Home gave it a 59.
50.
Epic Mike gave it a 50. Odin gave it a 45. And Odin is I'm not saying these aren't like legitimate, but like Odin, all he does is movie reviews and like movie stuff, numbers and stuff like that, right? So and then you have Experiment 626 gave it a 40. There it is. Tom Connors from Midnight's Edge gave it an 80. So Superman is a lot of fun, great cast, and it has a decent story. If you're a fan of Gunn's previous work and the 90s Superman's animated series, you shouldn't be disappointed. I am a fan of the 90s animated Superman, Superman Batman, Justice League Unlimited, and I am disappointed. All right? It's because that Superman is cool, calm, and collected, and he is vulnerable at times that he needs to be vulnerable because he is granted that Superman has been Superman for quite some time, but telling people that like you shouldn't be disappointed. It's like, no, I am disappointed.
Yeah.
For
me, I think the opposite. Like if you're a diehard, incredibly nerd of Superman and all the lore and you know all the versions of it, you read all the comic books, you're probably not gonna like it. You're probably not gonna like it.
See, Dreaded Dinosaur, we had him on, right? So he thinks it's 75%, right? I was actually surprised when I enjoyed this movie, although I did give myself permission to enjoy it. I went in with low expectations, had my candy stolen by the guy next to me, and I walked out having been surprised, emotional, and moved. If you go into it looking for things that you don't like, you will find them. I enjoyed the traditional family values with the Kents, and I love the between Lois and Superman. Surprise cameo didn't see coming where there were nods to Christopher Reeve Superman. So this is what he said, right? And I think like that's fair, right? It's fair. But there are people who just don't like it that will give it a will give it a low score. There are people who are going to review about it. So Alan Ng, my pal Al here, he liked it, but he's not he's not a DC. He does not care about DC. He cares more about, he's a Marvel fanboy at heart. Yes. So that's the reason why he went in, didn't know anything about Superman, and he enjoyed it, right? He gave it a 70%. Fun but flawed. I'm not a DC fan of comics at all. Not hung up on the lore. Needed a more American in it. But thanks for bringing romance back into the superhero films. So the thing is that, like, for people who do know about Jor-El, do know about Krypton and stuff like that, you're like, the thing is that if you're I'm not saying Alan is a normie, but he would be considered a normie for this film, right? He would be considered a normie for this film. And I believe Mrs. Neurotic and Gary's son, they said that the movie was enjoyable. I believe they enjoyed it. And Gary didn't really like it. I think Gary gave it like a 6 out of 10 or something like that. And and like for me, like I wonder where like Drinker, like you watch Drinkers, right? Did he like it? Like without like saying too much, did he like it? Because I'm gonna watch that video.
I feel like it's mid too. I think me and Drinker are kind of like aligned on the points. So I would think he thinks it's mid. He thinks it's mid. Yeah,
it's mid.
It's that total thrashing. He did say some good things, which for me, which is practically also what I've said too. So I think he's good. His final consensus, it's mid.
See, and that's the reason why, like, yes, a lot of people like, oh, don't go online and look at other people's reviews. Go in and watch it yourself, right? Now, here's the thing: if you are the reason, I think it is true that you should go in and watch it yourself. But I also know that people who are like want this movie to succeed is because they want this movie to make a lot of money. It's because it doesn't matter if you go in and you hate it; they already have your money, right? So like they already have your money. It doesn't matter if you hated it or you like it or not, right? They already have your money. So for me, I'm more of a DC fanboy than I am a Marvel fanboy. But as of right now, like both DC and Marvel are like a big miss for me. Like they're like it's very like the Batman. Did you watch that one with Robert Pattinson?
Yeah, Robert Pattinson. Yeah,
that one's better than this movie.
Really?
Okay. I like that one better, is because the music is good. The music is really good. When Batman does Batman stuff, I think it's cool. I think Penguin did it. I think Penguin.
I need to watch that again because I kind of forgot a lot of it already.
And like for me, like I wish there was more Batman stuff. Like I know he's like, this is like literally like Batman year 1. He is very early, right? He's only been Batman for a year, right? Versus Superman, he's been Superman for 3 years, right? So but I think the score in the Batman is good. Like it's like it's good. Like I think the doom and then like, you know, like who are you? I am vengeance, and he fucking beats the shit out of that guy. You're like, everyone's like, holy shit, that's crazy, right? Of course, a lot of people want to hate that movie because they just don't like Robert Pattinson, right? They just, I can't stand. He's emo. He looks so emo. You know, cut his hair.
Not only that, because like for me, the worst. It's like him being like, sure, former pretty boy vampire. It's fine. The part where kind of ticked me off is he didn't want to jack up. He didn't want to, you know, physically train.
That's a Robert Pattinson thing, right? But it's like, yes, like I want Batman to be like fucking jacked as fuck. Like I want him to be. You don't have to be as fucking big as a fucking Ben Affleck, but like Christian Bale got really, really muscular for it too.
Yeah, it's like,
and he did it after when he fucking lost a shit ton of weight. He went down to like 115 pounds. Like, do you know that? Do you know that movie? I forgot what it's called. Christian Bale skinny body, and this is his real body, which is fucking crazy. Like, it was in I forgot what movie it was called. The Machinist. Yeah, The Machinist. Like this. Like he literally he literally gained weight and lost weight. Like this guy's a fucking maniac.
Holy. Yeah.
He did. Yeah, he fucking gained. He's doing this movie. That's his actual body, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna do Batman. All right, cool. I'm gonna gain 90 pounds."
Yeah. You gotta admire the dedication. Yeah.
That's crazy, man. Like, and that's the reason why I respect the hell out of like Christian Bale. Right? Like for me, I understand why he yelled at that guy.
but yeah, that I was gonna say, like, as much as we admire, I can imagine he's really hard to work with.
Well, he's like a perfectionist, right? He's like he's gonna be a perfectionist, right?
I recall reading an article where he was like screaming at the cameraman while he was shooting Dark Knight, I believe. Or
no, he was screaming at not a cameraman. He's screaming at like the light guy or the grip guy, like one of the people that was helping with the set on Terminator Salvation.
Okay.
Yeah, Terminator Salvation. But yeah, like look at this shit, man. Like, here's the thing: Robert Pattinson, he just needs to eat more and work out. We're not asking him to like fucking like. We're not asking you to become like fucking Thor or Henry Cavill. Right?
Yeah,
just get somewhere like this, or even like something like Ryan Reynolds. Like you get ripped. That's about it.
Yeah, that like he didn't even want to try. That's the thing. That's what.
Yeah.
Like,
but yeah,
but you should be. You should. You're the Batman, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but look the crazy body transformation, man, and that shows dedication. Like that's like look at this shit, man. Look at this. Right? Batman, Machinist. I don't know what this one. He got super fat, and he got ripped again for a freaking Batman. And like what the hell, dude? It's like it's crazy.
That's dedication. Extreme dedication to his work. Yeah.
Well, it could be because Robert Pattinson is like freaking like a millennial, right? Dick Cheney. Oh yeah, Dick Cheney. Yeah. But yeah, he's a millennial. So but yeah, the thing is whether or not you like Robert Pattinson or not, I think he's a good actor. Like outside of Twilight, according to what I heard, outside of Twilight, he's like a really, really good actor. And like I believe people said that The Lighthouse was really good. Like I haven't seen Robert Pattinson outside of Twilight and Harry Potter. Right?
Yeah,
and the first time I've seen it was Batman.
I think he's part of like the curse that you can't overcome that one iconic film. Kind of like the same with the people in Game of Thrones. Like whenever you see Emilia Clarke, it's like she can't get past her Daenerys Targaryen or Jon Snow. Yeah.
I think Robert Pattinson has, according to what I heard, he has gone out of it. But like I haven't seen those movies. Like Water for Elephants, The Lighthouse, and a bunch of other ones that he's done. Like he's a good actor.
Yeah, you can say that, but it's probably for those who are very into movies and TV shows. But for the casual audience, no. That's the dude in Twilight.
But I would say the Batman with Robert Pattinson is better than Superman. I think I didn't like the third act in the Batman, but overall, I think the music is really good. I think that costume is really cool. Cool. It's different, but it's cool at the same time. I also like his car. I know his car is more like a muscle car, like a fucking Charger or some shit like that, or a Mustang. But and then I think Penguin did a really good job. Colin Farrell did a really good job, and the fact that we were able to get a TV show, and the TV show was actually better than the movie, which is fucking crazy. But yeah. I've only seen him as Sparkle Vampire and Batman. Yeah, so it's like really like. The fact that his hair is like mine. It's like this is his hair the entire time in the movie.
Yeah.
Right? This is his hair. Right? So and the thing is like he had the black makeup on him, so with his hair like that, he looks even more emo because his eye black, right? He wears the eye black over his mask. I mean his mask over the eye black. So yeah. Twilight was good. What the fuck? Twilight was not good. It's very memeable. There's one thing I liked about Twilight, like legit liked about Twilight, was in Breaking Dawn Part 2. The whole fight scene at the end is I actually liked it, like because there's not a lot of fight scenes. There's not a lot of fight scenes in Twilight. If there are, they're sort of dumb, but overall, it's not a terrible movie. It's just cringe. It's just cringe. Okay, now. Would I rather watch Dragon Ball Evolution or the entire Twilight series? And my answer is the Twilight series. It's not awful. All right? I think there's a meme going around and shit like that where like Blade should have killed them and stuff. But overall, it's just like the bad acting of Kristen Stewart is awful. I think this is like Robert Pattinson's like first thing outside of Harry Potter, and at least Ashley Greene is hot. I like watching Ashley Greene. I think she's hot in it. I think Jacob Black, the guy who plays Kristen Stewart's dad. I think he's a good actor. I think Peter Facinelli, I think that's his name, the guy who plays Carlisle. I think he's a good actor. There's a lot of good stuff in this movie. That's shitty acting. It's also very corny, very cheesy. But I would rather watch the entire Twilight series than rewatch Dragon Ball Evolution. It's Dragon Ball. Grae, did you watch the live action One Piece?
Yeah, we reviewed it, right?
That was pretty good, right? Now, did you watch the live action Death Note?
Yes.
Did you hate it?
Yes.
Right? It's like
it's been a long time though, but yeah, I recall I did it even back when I haven't done YouTube or Twitch. Like, yeah, this is garbage, man.
Phil, another cake stream or Dragon Ball Evolution? I would rather do another cake stream. I would do another cake stream versus Dragon Ball Evolution.
Or Phil's gonna charge more for another Dragon Ball.
yeah. If you guys want me to do like a watch party Dragon Ball Evolution,
$1,000.
You guys better pay me for that shit, man. It's awful. Now, okay, great. Speaking of movies, have you watched K-pop Demon Hunters?
Not yet, but I'm inclined to ever since you mentioned it in Moxie's stream.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
It's pretty good. There's no wokeness in it. The music is good. The cast is all Asian, so like they're all Koreans. Most of them are. Yeah,
so I imagine the studio was an Asian studio that made it.
Sony.
Oh wow, okay. They actually made something good.
But I believe the story, like the writer, is Korean. And like the songs are really good, and it's fucking catchy, man. Like, and the animation is good. It's like better than Into the Spider-Verse for animation.
Ah, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's because the same style, but it's more smooth. It's it's not as choppy and blocky. It's more smooth. And the characters actually look good too. So I will watch it.
I'll try.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, my priority for this week is like I need to finish that Rune Factory video. So I'm writing it right now. So maybe when I'm done with that, maybe I'll give it a go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on Netflix, so it's good. And the thing is that they're going to make a part 2 already, is because like I believe it's too fucking popular. That movie is so the music. A fictional soundtrack has beaten BTS and Blackpink here in the US in terms of charts. It beat it.
Yeah, that's something. The fictional IP beating real life music.
Yeah.
Artists. Yeah, that's something. Yeah. That's saying a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Go ahead and watch it, man. Like I give it like I put on critic list. Like I give it like a 9 out of 10. Like a 9 out of 10, 90% out of 100. It's good.
Okay.
And it's funny too. And like my wife rewatched it earlier today, and like for me, I just catch myself like humming.
It's that good that she rewatched it.
Yeah, she rewatched it, and I catch myself like humming one of the songs. I'm like, fuck, man. Like the songs are good. But yeah, it's great.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. What if the cake has a poster of Dragon Ball Evolution made in frosting?
$2,000.
I think the poster, if you have a poster of it, it's fine. I don't have to rewatch it. But man, that movie made me so angry, man. Like that is like one of the worst movies of all time. Like as much as I hated Snow White, Dragon Ball Evolution is worse. It's because it's like your childhood, and they fucking ruined it. And it's like it's not like they didn't even try. That's the thing. Like they purposely went out of their way because the director didn't. It's like he had no idea what Dragon Ball was. It's just like, why would you make it then? Why would you do it? Right? And here's the thing. Disney has rights to make a live action Dragon Ball. They still have it. Are they going to do anything with it? We're not sure. But yeah.
I'd rather not. Better not.
Yeah. See, I watched it 2 nights in a row and I can't stop listening to the soundtrack. I can't wait for the sequel. Yeah. Yeah. Me and Krista's been talking about it because I told Krista to go watch it, right? I was like, I messaged her. I was like, Krista, have you seen this movie yet? She's like, no. I'm like, go watch it. And then she watched it like an hour or two later. And she's like, man, this movie's good. Like, it's really good. So,
Okay.
and what's it called again? It's like me and her just talking about it, and we're talking about like she mentioned that like they're going to be making a part 2, and if they are going to be making part 2, they need to focus on the characters' mom and dad. I'm like, ooh, that could be really interesting too. But yeah. Phil has not seen Dragon Ball: The Magic Begins from 1991. How much for Phil to review a live Dragon Ball movie? I already reviewed it. Not The Magic Begins, but The Magic Begins. Which one is that one? Magic Begins. What is that? No.
What is this?
The fuck am I looking at? What the hell? What the hell is that?
I think you need to watch this and compare it with Evolution.
Oh my god. What is this? All right, how much to review this? To watch and review this? $100. I'll do it. That
cheap.
Oh man.
That's cheap.
Cheap? Well, I'm not gonna say $250. Oh, that's how much you charge for the cake. You gotta give a discount. Oh shit. If there were ever a time to tell the truth about the cake, it's now. Oh man. I see 2 versions. The one that came out in 2023, and there's another one that is Italian. What the hell is that, man? I have no idea what that is, man. That's wild. All right. All right, let's go talk about our next topic. I have a couple more things that we're gonna touch on before what's it called again? Yeah, a couple more things. So let's go and talk about this. This is Engadget. So FBI sees well-known Nintendo Switch game piracy site NSW2U. Nintendo Switch 2U, is that what it is? Was a popular destination for obtaining illegal ROMs of Switch games. So this game, oh damn, there it is. This domain has been seized by the FBI in an ordinance with a seizure warrant issued pursuant to 18-2323 issued by the United States District Court of North. The FBI. So so they shut down the site, right? So did the guy go to jail? The guy who was operating it?
I imagine, knowing Nintendo, probably. Right? Who was that guy that they that Nintendo like kind of ruined his life because like he owes money to Nintendo for the rest of his life for like.
Oh yeah. I forgot the guy's name, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the guy who like managed to master the jailbreaking of the Switch 1. So
yeah,
it's Nintendo doing Nintendo stuff, but yeah, I especially now at the prime of the Switch 2 when they're just launching it, they're releasing it. They're definitely gonna crack down on this on these illegal websites. So yeah, Nintendo's not gonna make it easy for sure. And I haven't been following about the breaking of the units, but I don't know. So far, I'm okay with mine. I don't have any problems with mine. So that's why I'm not really in tune with like what's been going on with Nintendo cracking down on Switch 2 units or this. But yeah, for me, it's Nintendo doing Nintendo things. Yeah, it is what it is.
So what's it called again? We all know that Nintendo goes after like everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're making too much money, if you're doing something that they don't like, or like they will like basically come and ruin your life. I remember there's a guy who made an MMO style Pokemon game. I think it's called like Pokemon Opal or something like that a while ago, and they're using I think Gen 3 or Gen 4 engine to make it, and you can basically walk around and like it's an MMO, like it's like 2D pixels. You're walking around and you can battle people, trade people. It's like an MMO Pokemon. It was really cool. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be great. Nintendo freaking DMCA them, cease and desist. Yeah. So it's just like Nintendo does not want their shit out there, and like it's sort of like.
Wait, did that guy name it Pokemon?
I believe it's actually called Pokemon Opal. It's a while ago.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
It's like more than 10 years ago when I saw it, and I was like, oh, this is cool. MMOR Pokemon. Imagine an MMO Pokemon, Grae. Like that's fucking sick. I think that's a great idea, right? Like you go around, you go and battle trainers, and you do raids, and it'll sort of be like those giant raids that Pokemon like that what's it called again? Scarlet and Violet already does. I forgot what they're called already, or was it Sword and Shield? Right? You bring in like 4 dudes, and then like you go battle a boss, and then you do like dungeons instances and stuff like that. I think it could be pretty cool, right? And you have a chance to capture this like unique Pokemon. But Nintendo is not going to do it.
I see that that's the problem though. Like what, like 100-man raid. So who gets the big bad Pokemon at the end?
No. Everyone gets a chance to catch it, right? Because that's what I believe Sword and Shield did, right? If you do like these like Dynamax raids, I forgot what they're called. I didn't play that one. And then at the end, after you beat the boss, you have a chance to catch it, and it's up to their own person's account. It's for their own account, right? So like it'll be like, okay, at this day, we're gonna have a between this week from this day to this day, we're gonna have a special Arceus shiny Arceus raid, but the chances of you catching it is like 1%, right? So you can beat it, coming together, you guys can beat it, but the chances of you catching is 1%, and you get 5 balls. Good luck, right? It's like that, like. So I wonder if that could be something really cool, but like I don't know.
But yeah, I did you see that new game that was revealed by Game Freak? I forgot that kind of like Ghost of Tsushima like.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool, right? And it's not on Nintendo. It's Game Freak, right?
Game Freak can pull off something like this all the time. It's actually really funny.
So basically, if they get their if they're unleashed, uncuffed, right? Sort of like Grok when he went Mega Hitler. It's just like we can make a really, really cool game if Nintendo doesn't fucking interfere, right? If Nintendo company doesn't interfere, Game Freak can actually legit make a really pretty cool game.
It's such a hit or miss for Nintendo. It's like look at Rare when they were with Nintendo versus the Rare now with Microsoft. Like they're close. I think Rare is pretty much gonna get shut down by Microsoft eventually. So it's kind of a hit and miss for Nintendo, depending on who's under them.
Yeah.
But as of now, it's more of a positive than a negative overall. Because like everything Microsoft releases is garbage. Yeah.
Yeah. See, and here's the thing though. I think that it's sort of like a Hydra, right? If you chop a head down, 3 more are gonna spawn. And it's probably gonna be on for like several years before they catch it. It's because how do FBI and Nintendo know that this is happening? It's if it gets popular, right? So I used to use like cherry ROMs back in the day to get like my Nintendo stuff, my Super Nintendo stuff, like all the ROM sites that you just play. Like, I get like a VGBA emulator, I get like Super Nintendo emulator and stuff like that. But the thing is, I'm playing a lot of the games I have because here's the thing: in order for you to do like emulation, like ethically, I guess you would say, you have to own the game.
Yeah.
Right. So ethically, right? So, but here's the thing: it's up to Nintendo to prove that you don't own the game. That's how it is, right? But that's not all with Nintendo with their troubles. Nintendo might have a lawsuit on its hands. So Brazil takes issue with Nintendo bricking Switch 2s. Nintendo has 20 days to respond to Brazilian watchdog's legal complaint. So So imagine if like you put something into your Nintendo, and somehow Nintendo deems it, hey, you did something against TOS. We're going to brick your console. You cannot update anything. You cannot download anything online. But yeah. So Nintendo is not, they're no strangers to like pissing people off. And here's the thing, they're no matter what, people will still buy their stuff. Nintendo is a Nintendo, right? So a consumer rights watchdog in Brazil has launched a legal challenge against Nintendo for its policy of bricking consoles of users who violate the console's TOS. This policy is a new addition to Nintendo's user agreement. The change took effect on May 7th, just a month before the Nintendo Switch 2 launched. Procon SP, the I don't know how to pronounce it, Sao Paulo branch of Brazilian Consumer Protection and Defense Program, has raised a complaint with Nintendo itself, claiming the policy violates consumer rights. Via IGN, reports of bricked consoles have emerged since the Switch 2's launch. I believe if you use like a MIG cart where like you can actually, so great. Let's say if you have like 20, 50 games, but like you don't want to carry 20 or 50 physical games with you. So you have a MIG cartridge that all of your things are in one. And if you put that shit into your Nintendo Switch 2, it bricks it.
Yeah, yep. that I heard.
Yeah, affected users have speculated the bans result from the use of flash memory cards generally and the MIG Switch device in particular, both of which can be used for piracy. A bricked console cannot access the internet and will display the error code 21244508. The ban encompasses online features like game chat, online multiplayer, but also unpaid ones like downloading patches or verifying game key cards. And that's where I said the game key cards are very scary. Is because if you buy a game, they give you a card, and the cartridge when you put it into your Switch has a downloadable code that you need the internet to download the game. So let's say if
I have one already. It's Raidu. Yeah, Raidu does that.
So Grae, let me tell you something. Let's say if you're like, man, I don't have a Nintendo Switch and I want to get one. Right? And you're like, I can't buy it right now because everyone is scalping it and I can't find it anywhere. You know what? I'm just going to buy a used one. You go on eBay, you buy a used one, and when you launch it, you get error code 21244508. You're basically straight out of luck. You're fucking cooked.
You bought a banned unit. Yeah,
you bought a bricked Switch, and that's your fault, right? It's because you didn't know, and the person who sold it, of course, they're gonna try to sell it. And the thing is that like, it's not technically it is your fault, but it's also not your fault, right? Because ultimately Nintendo did this, and because of a bad actor, you're sort of screwed, right? So that's gonna be very, very shitty, and that's the reason why. Another reason that that this is a very weird thing. It is anti-consumer rights, right? It violates it. And with the whole game key cards, let's say you buy a game, now you can't play it. You can't play it. You have no internet. Your internet's down. Oh, too bad. You can't play this game. And that's why I hate game key cards. I think that they're awful, and I will always complain about it, right? But people are like, but people already buy digital games. What's wrong, right? You're already in the ecosystem. You already let the cat out of the bag, right? What are you going to do about it? I'm going to complain. That's all I'm going to do. That's all I can do, right? And what's worse is that there are some games like Street Fighter 6 or the Nintendo Switch 2. You can actually buy the one that comes with all the DLCs and shit like that, right? All the costumes. But that DLC costume code has a 2-year expiration date.
Oof,
so let's say 2 years down the line, you buy Street Fighter 6. Hey, I'm going to play Street Fighter 6 on my Nintendo Switch, right? Of course, you should probably play it somewhere else. But let's say you're one of those parents that only buys your kids stuff on one console and on Nintendo Switch 2, right? You get them, and it's already a game key card. Street Fighter 6 is already a Nintendo Switch key card. And then 2 years down the line, your kid's like, oh, I want to play Street Fighter 6. And then, oh, the code does not work because it expired. And that's why physical media will always be king. Physical media will always be the best thing. Now, I think something that we can talk about is Steam. Like, for whatever reason, if Steam dies, Steam goes down, I believe Gavin basically said that those games are yours. If that does happen, you will have access to those games still, right?
Yeah.
Yep, DLC expiration date. That is crazy. Absolutely wild, man. Furthermore, it is the console itself that is banned, not the user account. I think they should ban the user account. But here's the thing, though. Then you can just create another one, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, your account got banned and all your games on there it's gone, but now you can just create another one. So it's basically it's for this, I guess, secondhand market. If this happens to you, then you're fucked. And it's shitty. It's a shitty situation. That means that purchasing a Switch 2 secondhand could result in buying a bricked console, like the one that can't access the console's online features. According to IGN, this has already happened. Oh, fuck. Nintendo has started that such ban is permanent, according to Procon SP statement. Nintendo.
Yeah, I think Nintendo is well aware before they announced this feature, because like I think they just want to encourage don't buy secondhand, buy a brand new one.
Buy a new one. Don't be cheap. If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, it's of all the the big three, Nintendo has the power to do that. Like at the end of the day, people will go for it. That's the thing. Yeah.
Let's see. Nintendo has agreed in response to the claim within 20 days. The organization encourages Brazilian consumers to log their bans on the Watch Dogs official website while it waits for Nintendo's response. In other Nintendo Switch 2 news, the company has responded to concerns that the console's price point would be a barrier for younger fans. Nintendo also considering shorter development times to offset growing costs. So basically, yeah, not a good look. Not a good look for Nintendo, right? And Nintendo it's always been like this. They've always been like, oh, we don't want you to customize our games. We don't want you because if you're making money and we're not making money, that's an issue. That's a big issue, right? And like a lot of people do emulators. How about if you actually own a copy of like, I don't know, Wave Race, Wave Racer 64, right? Like, and then you want to play a Nintendo 64 emulator and you have Wave Race on it, right? And then it's the thing is that Nintendo needs to prove that you don't have it, and that's how the law usually works, right? But it could be different in Japan. It could be different in other places. And a lot now with this thing with Brazil, bricking Switch 2s and stuff like that, buying it secondhand and then have a brick system, like that's really bad. But we'll see what happens with this. I'm not sure Nintendo is going to respond to this, but it's Brazil that's suing them. It's not like a person. So they're basically trying to do a lawsuit against them.
Yeah, and in the greater scheme of things, like it's not gonna affect their bottom line. You know how Nintendo consumers are; they'll keep buying it, no matter what.
Yeah. See, unfortunately, I'm a part of the problem too. I don't just have one Switch 2; I have two of them.
Right, one for taking out, one for at home, right?
I
get that.
No, actually, one's for my wife, but.
For me, it's like probably because I'm in the fortunate position, like I have a stable income now, and I'm not really feeding anyone. So it's like, for me, the mindset is like, if I can't afford it now, I'll just save up until I can.
Yeah,
that's how I think about it. It's like, I'm not gonna resort, well, at least not anymore, or not as much as I used. Like, I'm not gonna resort to downloading it illegally, jailbreaking my device. I'm kind of past that already. Unless if it's like some shitty game that I know it's gonna suck, you just want to try it, and you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Let's see. Mad Frog with the 199. They're reaching harder than MJ in Space. Am I at the gay thing? Yeah. Mad Frog with a 499. Robert Downey Jr. is the ham wrapped around the medicine. DEI crap. They're trying to trick us into eating. They think we're dogs. Yep, that's true. That is true. And Mad Frog with another 499. The voting is inflated. They all changed, only counting verified tickets to protect Captain Marvel in 2019. That's why Snow White has a 70 rating. That's crazy that Snow White was still a thing. No one's talking about it now. And the fact that it did so bad that they canceled Tangled.
Yeah. And Rachel Zegler's career is goodbye. No one.
In terms of acting, anymore. But according to what I heard, she's doing like musicals and like Broadway shows and stuff like that. And like, I forgot who it was, but they said that she's a good singer. Oh, it was Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan said that.
Yeah, her singing was all right, but everything else was her PR. Like her PR ultimately killed her career in Hollywood.
Yeah. Melodic Method with the 2. Phil watched Twilight, confirmed gay. Here's the thing. I didn't watch it by myself. Like I went to the theaters, like, oh man, Team Edward, Team Jacob, let's go. Right? It wasn't that, right? I went to the theater to watch it with my ex. My ex was a big Twilight, pretty big Twilight fan. So I watched it with her. All right. And the chat's gonna be like, sure, Phil, sure. But yeah, I watched it with her. I watched and I bought her all the books too because she liked it. All right. Let's see. Phil gave me dual custody of a Switch on day 1. Snow White, you mean Snow Brown? Yeah, man. Lilo & Stitch did so well. Just give it a few months. I bet Tangled remake will be back on the table. Yeah, I think so too. But I wonder, it needs to be a while where people forgot about Snow White, right? So yeah, I would say maybe they probably announced it's back on the table, probably like maybe in the fall. Yeah. Is that why she's now your ex? Many other reasons. The things we do for pussy, it is what it is, man. We got to do it. Man. Feels like my ex, but it's just him dressed up as a woman. Phil gave her a handy during the movie. Man, that's wild. Snow what? Yeah, man. It's wild. It's crazy. Mitchell Fields with the 2 was Shadversity, your ex. He likes it. We're gonna have Shadversity on one day in the future with Steph from My Nerdy Home. We're just gonna talk about Twilight the entire time.
Maybe I shouldn't be on.
Oh, that sounds gay. I'm like, yeah. I'm gonna be sick that day.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mitchell Fields, for the 2. Thank you. Is Blair White my ex? I was gonna say I wish, but never mind. Yeah. Let's see. It would actually be cool to get Shad on. It'll be pretty cool to get Shad on, but like he's like, we need to do it. Like I need to stream earlier, right? I don't know what time is it in Is he in Australia, right?
It's right now 1:45. We have the same time in Australia.
Oh, so we might be able to do it. I don't know. He knows of us, but like I'm not sure if he'll want to come on though. You know, he's like, yeah. Phil watched Twilight in Activision bathroom. It would be cool to get Shat on. No, I didn't say that. Shadversity. Oh my god. All right, let's go and talk about our next topic here. All right. So I have no idea what the hell is happening. So this is from PC Gamer. Subnautica 2 publisher Craft On confirms 2026 delay. Says that the chain was not influenced by any contractual or financial considerations. Grae, what's going on with Subnautica?
I'm not sure either. I'm not a huge Subnautica fan, but yeah, there's some crazy thing going on right now. Apparently, like the executives of whoever's the developer of Subnautica, if they met a deadline to release the game, which they're looking like they're not, they get each of the 3 founders of the company get like some bonus of 250 million each. Like it's a ludicrous amount, and it's even for executives, right? And for an indie game, for them to get that kind of bonus, and I think that's where this problem was stemming on. Like the game was in utter shit, and like according to the contract, if they release the game at this particular early access, they get that bonus. So it's kind of like a legal financial problem between Crafton and the devs. That's what I see. But I could be wrong. But it's pretty nutty. I didn't read much into this, but that's essentially the breakdown. And people have been saying the Subnautica expansion pack and this Subnautica 2 is not looking good. It's only the first game that was really, really well received. And this one is, I don't know. This feels like the founders of Subnautica got complacent because they got so much money from the first game. And like,
did you play the first one?
A tiny bit, but it's like it's not my thing. So that's the thing. It's like that's the thing with indie games. It's such a hit or miss for me because like I'm not really a fan of like the survival sim type of games. I don't think I play. I'm good at playing those games, or maybe I'm just not. I don't have the patience yet. But that's what it is, like a survival sim, but it's underwater. That's my understanding. I could be describing it incredibly incorrectly, but yeah, it's a lot of weird stuff going on with this story, but I don't know the full depth of it, honestly.
It's funny that Grae said depth, like, you know, water and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So I've never played this game either, and according to what I heard, it's sort of like they said that it's like underwater. Like it's like underwater. God, it was like a phasmophobia or some shit like that. I'm not sure if that's the style of game.
I don't think
And, like,
I don't know. It's like I think it's more like Valheim, but in the sea. Something. I think that's how it is.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's for me. I don't really care too much about this. Here's another one here, right? Krafton confirms the leak Subnautica 2 dev document, and it shows that they're gonna get a shit ton of money, right? Oh, so this is so see a leak from credible source regarding the milestone review of Subnautica 2. This clearly shows the state of development progress and why Krafton Subnautica team disagreed on. Oh, so this is the original, and this is what they're gonna. Damn, they're adding in a shit ton of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not going to read any of that, but they're adding in a lot of stuff, man. Document has been circulating on social media and reported by various outlets. Is indeed a part of the internal milestone review conducted as part of the Subnautica 2 project. Krafton has confirmed that the portions of it has been leaked and are being widely shared across the online platforms and within the fan community. Krafton recognizes the confusion this has caused. So, to be honest, I've only heard of this game, and people say that, yeah, this game is great, but
the first one, but the expansion pack and this incoming one is not looking good.
Oh, it's underwater like Minecraft. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that it's kind of building sim or something like that. And like for me, the crazy part about the story is like per founder gets $250 million each. Like, what is going? Where do they get their money? It's like, and I don't think even Krafton has that kind of money to pay a founder that kind of bonus. I think that even beats
that's huge.
That even beats AAA gaming CEOs. I think, but I wish I could say more, but I didn't really go deep into the story of this thing. But another crazy story in gaming for sure.
Yeah, and here's another one: former Subnautica 2 leadership suing Krafton after firing. Yeah, because they found out how much money they're gonna get, and he didn't get it.
I think that's the root of the problem. Like, I think it's those three people like, I'm going to get my $250 billion. And then Krafton saying, no, you're not. I think that's where the problem is stemming. And yeah.
Oh, I see. I never heard of this game. Yeah, I put hours and hours into No Man's Sky. I could not get into Subnautica. Yeah, man. As long as it minimizes crunch time, I'm fine with them taking their time. Yeah, like for me, in terms of video games, if you're like, hey, sorry, but we're gonna delay this game because we want to make this game really, really fucking good. Cool. I think as long as you let people know, I think people are fine with it. It's sort of like like Yoshi P is like, hey, I'm sorry, but like what's it called again? Endwalker is going to be delayed by was it Endwalker or Dawn Trail? It's gonna I think it's Endwalker. It's like we're gonna delay this by like a couple months. I'm so sorry, but we really, really want to take time to polish this game.
Yeah.
Fans will be okay with it.
Yeah, I think the problem with this is like the bonus I mentioned, the 250 million. I think they have to release this game at this particular time. But the thing, I think in the side of Craft, it's like the game is utter shit. We can't release it yet at that particular time, so you're not gonna get your bonus. So I think the founders are like forcing it, even though like it's not great, or they became complacent in the development of the game, so it's not yet ready by the time they get to the release date so that they can get their bonus. I think that's the main problem with this. I think that's what's causing all the ruckus for this game.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, we'll see what's gonna happen. Posted proof that what's this here? Phil wants to get shat on. Oh my god, bro. Oh man. Yeah. Oh jeez. Here's a good thing though. Chad does not follow us on we follow him, but we don't he doesn't follow us. So that's we're safe.
He did comment on one of our segments though when we reacted to his video on like the acolyte. Remember the fight sequence? He was like,
oh yeah.
He commented on that one actually.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's see. See, the indie scene is flooded with a wage slave and survival simulators. I'm glad I'm in the sphere of the more story-driven ones.
Actually, that's why I'm kind of excited for next week with Real Life Fake Wizard. I don't know, Phil, if you know that he's working. He has an incoming website called fakeportal.com where it's a curated list of indie games that people should get. So I'm gonna ask him questions about that. Like, how does he curate the games? Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Yeah. If you guys didn't know, there will be no Project Eggroll next Saturday. However, it will be moved to Friday because we are accommodating that real fake wizard. He will be coming on as our guest on Friday. So it'll be Friday, not Saturday. Chat Friday, Project Eggroll at 7 p.m. All right, so go ahead and if you be on the lookout for that. So not Saturday. So there it is. There it is. Phil wants to get shat on, followed by a long stream. He will follow soon. I don't think so. Quickly, someone tag Shad in the clip. Oh my god, bro. No, he's probably never ever gonna come on the show. But all right. Let's go and talk about our last topic here. I want to give a shout out to everyone that's been hanging out. Really appreciate it. We are gonna we're gonna talk about Ghost of Yotei just briefly. And the thing is, there's
I don't think neither of us are huge fans of the franchise anyway.
So here's the thing. I never played Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to even playing Ghost of Yotei.
Yeah, me too.
Erika Ishii is an extremely woke individual, and the face and her voice is actually the main character. I think it's Atsu. And the thing is that she is a part of the Gamers Foundation, basically the Gamers Award, GAYMERS. And according to that foundation, and I believe she won several awards there too, because she also she voiced Rook in Dragon Age: The Veilguard. They said that they're actively trying to change the gaming industry from within.
Yeah. You mean Sucker Punch as a company? As a company, they try to
no, it's not Sucker Punch. It's just the gamers, basically the gamers reward. Gamer
Oh, you mean is that the one that gave Dragon Age: The Veilguard Game of the Year?
Yes. So that company has a lot of people who are working there and promoting that shit, right? So I'm gonna briefly go over this really quick. This one right over here. These don't let these crazy scary people scare you. But there was a Game of the Year, and Erika Ishii was one of the people that won, I believe, one of the voices, right? So let me see. Let me find her name here.
The fact that they named them GAYMING gaming.
See right over here. LGBTQ plus voice actor of the year. Winner is Erika Ishii. And Erika Ishii is the protagonist, the face and the voice protagonist of Ghost of Yotei. So ever since, like, when I saw the main character as a female, I'm like, it's not the original guy, right? I forgot his name already. It's not the original guy. Oh, okay, it could be good. And then I found out more about Erika Ishii.
Yeah, she blocked you, right? An X.
Yeah, I believe she blocked me. Because I called her out. I was like, oh no, right? Because she's a part of the LGBTQIA. And if you guys didn't know, I believe their mission statement was basically try to change the gaming industry from within. If they can't do it by having more representation, having more DEI inclusivity bullshit, they're gonna try to change it from within. And with that in mind, I don't want to support the game. Right?
Yeah,
but maybe the game. I could be completely wrong here. Because we have like extremely woke main characters, but that shit is not in the game, right? I have seen like some clips of the game. It looks cool. That's all I can say about it, though. But yeah, but go ahead, Greg.
I haven't seen the trailer, but I was going to, but I didn't have enough time before we went live. It looks like just looks like another Ghost of Tsushima to me. And like you guys know my opinion on it's still the same. I still haven't continued ever since I played the first 3 to 4 hours. I think it's an all right game. It's like I don't know, maybe it's just me. I don't like it when people hyper exaggerate how good a game is. That's I think it's the same thing why I don't like Clear Obscure as much as many other people, because like it's such an if you put a game with that much look, I like to promote JRPGs, but I never exaggerate it to the level where people who give their games 10 out of 10. It's like, oh man, this game changed my life so much. I hate it when people say that shit. So it's like I think that's why. It's like, I don't know, maybe I'll give it another chance at some point, but yeah, I agree. It's like if I'm gonna jump into the franchise, I would go for Tsushima first at the very least. Try to finish that game. Yeah.
Yeah. So Delarfin. Hopefully I said your name right. Ghost of Tsushima is great. Yote looks like a take on Assassin's Creed Shadows and really boring compared to Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, and this is supposed to be like like way into the future. So, and I've seen a little bit of it. I didn't watch the entire trailer, but I've seen a little bit. And like you can change up your weapons. You're not just I guess you say Ronin, like a samurai type of Ronin. You can have like a spear. You can have like throwing kunais and shit like that. You can have a dog, and the dog can fight with you. And, like it looks cool, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it. Right. And the thing is, I know Ghost of Tsushima is really good. But like for me, like the main character, like she's gonna be your main character, and like I'm not sure. The game could be really good, but I to be honest, I don't think I'm gonna give it a chance to even figure. Like if I want to play something, I'm gonna play Ghost of Tsushima, right?
Yeah, there's so much games in the backlog though that you can play, and like probably good ones that you missed. So yeah.
Yeah, see, it's not enough for them to make their own games. They need to ruin ours too. Make no mistake, they are the enemy here. Yeah, the hype is what the entertainment industry is all about. I think if it's good, great. More like, and there's no woke shit that happens in the game or anything like that, and the marketing of this game is great and whatever, then it's fine, right? But like that's good. Then go ahead and play the game. I don't think I'm gonna play it though. Right? Like they're gonna be ghosting ghosts of your DEI. True. Yo, have a good night. Liber Turd Freeguson. Have a good night. I see. It's been a while. Good evening, good afternoon, Jessica. What's going on? Jericho Leon. Hope you're doing well, man. You know you want that sweet digital gunt? Nope. But yeah, so like when I saw this, I'm like, woof. That's not good, man. But yeah, I would say overall, oh geez, these people are scary. I'm gonna remove that. Overall, I think if the game is good, then it's great. If it's not, then it's sort of like, oh, I knew it. It just I know a lot of people are really looking forward to it because the first one was so good.
Yeah.
Right.
But I feel like it's gonna be at best, it's just gonna be more of the same thing. So it won't have much of an impact because like it's a game you already played before. It's just more of it. That's what I feel like it's going to be at best.
Yeah. Yeah, Erika Ishii, very cringe individual. I just hope that like her whatever her politics are is not seeped into the game. But the thing is, like I said, she's a LGBTQ. I don't really care if you're LGBTQ, but if your messaging is trying to get that shit into our video games, it's a hard no. Absolutely hard no for me, right? So if you guys don't think I'm blocked, I'm actually legitimately blocked by her, right? Over here, Erika Ishii, Ghost of Yote, Dragon Age, Veilguard Rook, Paldia Elites 4, Rika. Scroll down, you've been blocked. This is my personal account too. So it's like, I forgot I just said that. Oh, I was like, this is what Erika, I forgot what I said to warrant a block, but I basically pointed out that like she's not a person that you want in your video game. It's like look at the stuff that she said, right? This is what she said about back in the day, and then she blocked me. Oh man. But yeah, Let's see. Don't be putting the perfect female protagonist down, Phil. You bigot. No, she ain't perfect. I don't care if she's Asian. I don't care if she's Asian. All right, let's talk about our last topic here. Last topic of the night. This comes to us from Dat Park Place. Twitch faces significant criticism over Hassan Piker live stream incident as attorney at Legal Mindset ramps up pressure. So is this still on the topic of him waving that fake gun around? Or is it something else now? I don't even know, man. There's so much crap that happened.
Yeah. The thing with Hassan, right? It's like he posts in slander to whoever criticizes him. It's just that this time around, Andrew pitched in because of him waving the gun.
Oh, so yeah, and he called him like a fake MAGA lawyer. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, good for Andrew. So shout out to Legal Mindset.
Yeah, so now it's like he's trying to find dirt to dig up for Andrew. So it's like I think the route Andrew's going is like this. If this continues pulling slander, then he has a defamation case against him. So this is, if ever that does happen, so that's on top of what Hassan has to deal with Ethan Klein. So yeah, I'm more into this now than compared to the woke DEI stuff. I'm really so burnt out with Ironheart, race swapped Superman. I'm so out of it, man.
All right, let's go ahead and read this.
The iDub stuff, the Anissa stuff. Yeah.
Twitch streamer and political commentator Hassan Piker is facing growing controversy after a live stream in which he allegedly doxed a viewer by brandishing what appeared to be a weapon on screen. The incident, in which occurred during a July 3rd broadcast, has ignited fierce debate across social media platforms and raised questions about Twitch's content enforcement standards. Yeah. The thing is that if someone else would have done this, they would have been immediately nuked, right? We talked about this last week with Sevi, who is a lawyer, and we like brandishing anything, like threat, like showing something that could potentially cause harm, doing any of that kind of stuff is immediately like banhammer TOS thing, right? And even with Destiny's son that used a what's it called again, an airsoft, and he basically went off screen and basically like shot Destiny. I thought, and I believe he was banned immediately, right? So during the live stream, Piker addressed a viewer who had repeatedly issued an unpleasant message in the chat that likely crossed the line. But rather than handling in a way that many have seen as an appropriate, Piker acted differently. In response, Piker named what he claimed to be a viewer's YouTube channel and aimed what looked like a weapon directly at the camera, telling a person to pull up. He later claimed that the weapon was a toy prop meant to be as a sarcastic jab rather than a genuine threat. This is exactly what he did with the whole Tim Scott thing, right? It's like, if you're going to remove Medicaid from Medicaid, you will kill Tim Scott or whatever, right? And then he backtracked saying that, that was hyperbolic. I was being hyperbolic with that. I didn't mean it. I was just saying it as a turn of phrase. Nah, man. And here's the thing. How small of a dick would you have to have if you actually waved a gun around? Right? And here's the thing. He's in California, right? So, and that's like a toy gun. We don't know that. We say this before. I don't know if that's a toy gun. You have to come out and say that's an airsoft gun. That's a whatever. People don't know that. People who don't know anything about guns do not know that barrel is way too small. That could be a 22 caliber. We don't know. That's still a gun, right? But so over here, this is Legal Mindset. Just to be clear, if Twitch fails to act on this strongly, they open the door to a host of issues, legal and non-legal. That is true. That means that anybody could go on to Twitch and do this kind of stuff. And here's the thing. This is Twitch's golden child. This is their bread and butter. Bread and butter is him, Denims, Mike from the Orbiters, and the freaking the fat hijab lady, whatever her name is, right?
Frogan.
Yeah, Frogan the Barbarian, right?
And the Transformer girl, Casey Tron.
Yeah, Casey Tron. Yeah, so like all of them are freaking nuts. But here's the thing: the reason why Twitch does nothing, because everybody on the Twitch moderation team, including Dan Clancy himself, believes in what they say. They agree with them. That's the reason why, right? And that's the reason why when Tectone say something about Frogan calling her fat, he gets banned for 2 weeks, right? That kind of shit, right? How is this fair? How is this justifiable? And that's the reason why we have a lot of people, Tectone, Asmongold, Nick, and and S-Fan, all of them are on Kick as well now, just in case they say something, right? And here's the thing. Do you know how much money Asmongold made on Twitch in the month of June?
No.
$31,000.
That is tiny.
Do you know how much money he? No, here's the thing. He doesn't run ads.
Yeah. I know. He runs the Zach Rar channel.
And here's the thing. Do you know how much money he made on Kick?
It has to be at least 6 digits.
$295,000.
Yeah.
On Kick, right? And that's on the low end, right? Because because of what's it called, XQC, Aiden Ross makes like double the amount. So and people are seeing that. People are like, wow, that's a lot of money. I'm gonna go over to Kick, right? That's a lot of money, right? So the thing is that Twitch, a lot of because you're not, if you have someone like Hassan waving around whether or not that's a real or a fake gun, it doesn't matter. You're waving around a thing that looks like a firearm. If you go outside and wave this around to people, a cop will shoot you.
Yeah.
Right? And you're in California, okay? A cop will shoot you if you wave around a gun like that. Oh, it's fake. It doesn't matter. Cops don't know that. Cops don't know whether it's fake or not, right? You're waving around a freaking gun. Advertisers are going to pull out. Imagine going on Twitch, seeing your golden child that's recommended to everyone. He's on the recommended page. Whenever you go on, like without an account, he's on everyone's recommended page. And he's on the front page all the time. So imagine you're an advertisement. You're like you're Honda, Toyota, Taco Bell, Chick-fil-A, freaking Chipotle, whatever. You see a guy waving around a gun, you're like, oh, I'm going to pull my advertisement out from Twitch. Hell no. Right? But this goes further, right? Let's continue reading. Good luck, Piker said on stream, in that many interpret it as a threatening tone. Critics argue the combination of doxing and revealing personal information and brandishing even a fake weapon crosses a serious line. Though Piker downplayed the incident and the clip quickly spread online, prompting backlash from both fans and fellow streamers, Twitch partner and popular streamer Asmongold criticized Piker's actions as reckless and potentially unlawful. Whether it's a toy or a gun or not, you can't just point it at someone after naming their info on a live stream. That's not just TOS breaking behavior, it's possibly illegal, which is true. And this, let's go ahead and talk about, I believe this is Tectone reacting to, what's it called
Andrew.
again? Andrew from Legal Mindset.
We have claims from Hassan that indeed the system and also the lawyers covering it, like myself, are not being objective. So I want to get into.
Are there other law tubers? I have only ever heard of Legal Mindset. Is this guy the Asmongold of like lawyer tubers?
I would say he is probably. There was a lot before, right? We have Creator before, and we have what's it called again?
Not anymore.
Viva and Fry. But here's the thing. I think out of all of them, I think Legal Mindset's the only one that's like I know from a lawyer standpoint that's covering it.
Yeah, and I think Andrew's like kind of like quadrupling down on the grind on YouTube. So salute to him. He's been covering so many topics.
Tectone, like the thing is that Tectone is what's it called? He's going a lot into YouTube as well. He's not sticking on. He's also on Kick and he's also on YouTube now. He's streaming on YouTube, and the thing is that like the only person that I know that's covering this kind of stuff is Andrew. I think Andrew's the only one that and we trust him. Like we've been on his streams and stuff like that. And it's funny because we asked him if you want to come onto our stream, but immediately after that, like some crazy things started happening that I believe it might have been the pop off of Johnny Somali that happened. I don't remember. Like ever since then, he's been like super busy, and like for us, like we don't want to bother him to come on to be as a guest, but he's still open. It was still an open invite for him to come on. He said he will try to come on. The legal commentary surrounding the incident quickly followed, most notably from YouTube channels The Legal Mindset, which offers legal analysis on internet controversies. In a video titled "Lawyers Lays Down the Law on Hassan," attorney Andrew Esquire broke down the potential legal complications of Piker's behavior. California law, which is where Hassan's located, is very clear when it comes to brandishing weapons, even toy guns, if it's done in a threatening manner. Yeah. So here in California, if you're brandishing and you're not, when you're brandishing, you better freaking use it for self-defense or something like that, right? Whenever you're brandishing, it's like you can go to jail for that shit. It's 100% a crime for you to do that, just because you're threatening someone, you're scaring someone, right? You use that to intend to terrorize someone. It's against the law. Combined with the fact that Hassan identified someone alive on air, possibly incorrectly, you've got a scenario that could be interpreted as harassment, intimidation, or even assault under certain statutes. Esquire also emphasizes that the intent is not always a shield from legal consequences. Even if you say it's satire or sarcasm, the law looks at how a reasonable person would interpret the act, and this didn't look like a joke on many people. Yep. If you're gonna show it to a jury, they're gonna be like, pull up. You rack the gun, pull up, do something about it, and then you sort of dox that person. That is intimidation. This is he needs to go to jail. You're in California, man. But here's the thing, though. His uncle is Cenk Uygur, that young Turks. He ran for, I believe, he tried to run for fucking what's it called again, president or some crap like that, or whatever, for office. And I'm pretty sure his dad is super mega billionaire. Would probably just pay everyone off. So make this go away. Make this go away. Right? So complicating matters further, some have pointed to Twitch's inconsistent enforcement history. Critics argue that while other streamers have faced suspensions or bans for far less, Piker has not been penalized. The situation echoes past controversies, including Piker's temporary ban on Twitch on 2021 for controversial political comments, and raises fresh concerns about double standards among top creators. Piker himself has not issued a formal apology, of course not, because he probably didn't.
Yeah, he's never going wrong.
No. And here's the thing. Or they're gonna ban it on his day off. But this incident has happened. It happened more than a week ago.
Yeah, I really think like his uncle, like you said, or his dad has a major stake on Twitch or Amazon. That's why. Like that's what I really feel that people's. I'm thinking of that angle where I'm thinking like I think more major commentators of this story should look into, like maybe there's like an investor. I really think so, because like given the resources of his dad or his family in general, it's not far-fetched for them to have like a major stake on Twitch, right? Or on Amazon. For them to be that influential. That's what I think. That's what I really think.
Oh man. All right. Let's see. Piker himself has not issued an apology. In a follow-up commentary, he dismissed a backlash as soy right-wing crying, suggesting that the critics were overreacting. He also drew comparisons to fellow content creator Moist Critical, who has jokingly wielded a prop weapons of his own videos. Here's the thing. He did it live. Right? So here, the one that Charlie did on his channel, he was doing a video, a pre-recorded video. Of him holding, I believe, what it looks like a Smith & Wesson or something like that, a handgun, and then he also showed an AR-15, right, when he was talking to Sneeko. That was not live. That was pre-recorded in a safe area, right? And he was showing the gun as like, it was in a way he was showing it was educational, because Sneeko was like, you want to watch my clips? Here are my clips, right? Basically showing like magazines, a gun magazine, and he's correcting him. Those aren't clips, dummy. You know, you look like a buffoon, and he brings out a magazine. These are mags. These are magazines, right? And he brings out an AR-15. Those were a pre-recorded video, not live at all. You did it live, bro. Are you that fucking dim-witted? Like, it's like his IQ is like freaking, it's like room temperature IQ, maybe possibly even below that. How is he that stupid? The reason why is because he can get away with it. The reason why he does it is because he can get away with it. He knows he can. Right? Let's see. However, detractors argue that the context of Piker's case, doxing followed by that could be perceived as a threat, makes the situation fundamentally worse. And then, of course, this is Andrew's response. My response to Hassan's defamation and facts and formats. Fast facts format as Hassan's defamation case. So there's the video over there. And an incident has then reignited debates over what constitutes as acceptable behavior on live streaming platforms and whether high-profile creators are held to the same standards as others. Absolutely not. Hassan makes a lot of money on Twitch. He's, like I said, he is very, very good friends with Dan Clancy. And Dan Clancy made a happy birthday video from Twitch headquarters to Hassan, which is so freaking cringe. And he said, my two favorite streamers are Extra Emily and Hassan Piker. Right? And here's the thing. Extra Emily got suspended multiple times within the past months, right? She ran a red light and she was like driving while texting or something like that. She was suspended several times. I think Hassan was suspended once is because it was a death threat, a death threat to a sitting senator, which is wild. See, while Twitch has yet to comment publicly, legal observers suggest that the issue may not end with platform policy. If law enforcement takes interest, especially in states like California, where these matters are taken seriously, there could be consequences beyond Twitch. As of now, the controversy remains ongoing. Whether Twitch or any legal authority will take action remains to be seen, but the clip has already become one of the most discussed streaming moments of the year, and a cautionary tale for influencers navigating the intersection of satire, free speech, and accountability. A simple rule of thumb: do not brandish a weapon while discussing personal or professional conflict during a live stream, especially a live stream. And that's wild, man. And he also, and the reason why Andrew is going like really hard on this, because you called me a fake MAGA lawyer. Yeah. All right. Let me show you what my lawyering skills are up to, right? I'm going to show you how good of a lawyer I am. And yeah, we love Andrew from Legal Mindset. He's great. He's a great dude. And the thing is that Grae had lunch with him in the Philippines.
Yeah. I met him. Yeah, he was all right, dude. Pretty nice. And he was talking about YouTube stuff and the stuff he does. He does other stuff outside of YouTube. So he's really, he really is a hustler, really hard worker. It's like, man, I wish I had that kind of work ethic like him.
Yeah,
I've seen
like to
some
reach
of
out
his,
to him
like,
one time though.
Like some of his videos, like people are telling, hey Andrew, do you play games? Like that's not my priority. I'd rather I want to cover these legal cases first before
Yeah, and it's right now, like in between Hassan stuff, freaking Vitali stuff, and Johnny Somali, he's not gonna have time to do any of that, man. Yeah, and like I would love to have Andrew come on to Project Eggroll and talk more about it. It'll be really cool from like a lawyer standpoint. That's sort of pretty like much inundated with what's going on, with what's happening, and this could be pretty interesting. But the fact that he's like talking about not just the Hassan stuff, but like all this the nuisance streamers that's in Philippines and South Korea. He has a lot of work, and I'm not sure if we should bother him. I'll bother him a little bit. I'll bother him just a little bit. But yeah, man. Shout out to Legal Mindset. I love he's great. Usually I don't trust anyone else in terms of like legal stuff, like in terms of the Hassan stuff, because like this guy is like really into it, right? So it'll be really cool. Maybe we can get him on. We'll see. But yeah, hell yeah, man. Let's see. Other than that, let's see. Yeah, yes, Emily was driving and streaming and ran a red light, and you could see it on stream. Yeah, I was making a joke about women drivers. Hey, and here's the thing: Extra Emily is not just a woman driver; she's also Asian. So that makes it 2 times worse, right? She's already a woman driver and she's Asian. It's done. See, Piker got banned for reading a manifesto of some guy on stream, and it was his day off. And I think unless something else happened, yeah. Oh yeah, he got banned for that, and he got banned for like an hour, a day and 3 minutes, and the other one's like a day and 12 minutes. So yeah, pretty wild, man. What? You don't trust Nick Rekieta anymore? The only time I actually listened to Nick Rekieta is when they were covering the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff.
Yeah, are you updated with like what's going on with Nick Rekieta?
All I know from Nick Rekieta is that that he is sober, and he's like how many months sober, or like how many days sober.
Yeah, but like when they raided his house, like the logs kind of came out, and like I watched Kino Casino cover it. Like, man, how the mighty have fallen, really hard, man.
Yeah, man.
Like it's insane.
It like, sucks, man. It sucks.
Yeah,
because like I used to watch Nick Rekieta stuff back in the day when he was doing the whole
I even like I saw videos of him like 5 years ago. Man, he looks like a completely different person back then, before he started taking the ketamine and all the other drugs.
Yeah, the drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. But yeah, man. All right, there it is. That is the stream. What's it called again? Next week, no stream on Saturday, but stream will be moved to Friday. So be sure to be on the lookout for that. We will have the real fake wizard on Friday. So basically, after my work, I'm gonna go eat something really quick and set up the stream. And the reason why I believe he has like a convention he needs to go to the following day. So we're gonna have him on, and I believe that he's gonna be doing the live stream from a hotel. So it should be cool. And yeah, it's great, man. Like I believe he does not like Nintendo, so I'm gonna show 2 Nintendo Switches when he comes on. So what do you think about this? And then Grae's gonna pull up his. What do you think? He's gonna be so mad he is gonna leave. he's gonna straight up leave the stream. Same time on Friday. Yeah, same time on Friday, 7 p.m. and 9 a.m. Filipino time.
Yeah.
But yes. So see, before we I'm gonna give a shout out to everyone. See, Carlos Lima, Melodic Method, Mad Frog, DB Wild, Cajun Corey, Hollow Ninja, War Wizard. Thank you guys for all of the support and all the donos and stuff. Thank you. Shout out to everyone for hanging out, everyone on Rumble, everyone on X, and everyone on YouTube. Thank you. Our goal is to hit 6,000 subscribers before the end of the year, and we are nearing that. I believe we have under 200. We need under 200, and we will hit that. But yes, anyways, Grae, what are you doing, and where can people find you?
So I'm going to upload a new video on my main channel right at my birthday, July 15th, for Rune
Yes,
Factory.
July 15th is Grae's birthday. So we might celebrate Grae's birthday a little bit next week.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the biggest birthday gift you guys can do me is watch that video and like it. Okay, I care about that more than any monetary compensation. So yeah, so right after we're done, I'm gonna finish writing it. Then I'll start recording either tonight or tomorrow. Then I'll upload it by my birthday, which is on the 15th or 14th, depending on how fast I can finish it. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, 7 p.m. Pacific time on Friday, next Friday. So not too long after FNT. So FNT ends around like 5 p.m. my time. So so in about 2 hours, we're gonna be go live. So no Grae, no OnlyFans link.
No, but yeah, we are we gonna do the cake race on next week? I don't know.
No, the only time that so you said $500 for cake stream.
Yeah, it's fine. Fine, I suppose.
All right, see, it's about $500 for cake stream. But yes, cool. You guys can find Grae's stuff in the description below. Go ahead and check him out. And yeah, man. And then what's it called again? And you guys can follow me everywhere at Mr. Phillip Chan #2 for YouTube. That is everywhere, Mr. Phillip Chan and Mr. Phillip Chan #2 on YouTube. On Monday, I will beat Simon, and I will beat Expedition 33. So I am very, very close to doing that. And then Wednesday, we're probably gonna do Coomcast, and then on Friday we're gonna play Donkey Kong Bonanza. So that's coming on Friday. So that's gonna be pretty cool. We'll see what's gonna happen there. And but yes. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Shout out everyone hanging out, and big shout out for Rolo de Puerto Rican Pistolero for coming on. And his go ahead and follow him. His Linktree link is still pinned in the comments and also down in the description below. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Shout out to everyone that's been hanging out.
Yeah. Someone did. We got a new subscriber asking, like, what do you think about Super? In a very, very quick nutshell, if you want to watch it casually, a casually superhero movie, then it's fine. But if you're a hardcore Superman fan, it's not good. It's not great. That's the very quick summary.
Yeah. So for at least for us, if you are a big hardcore Superman fan and you like the lore of like everything, you might not like what they did with some of the characters. If you're going into it and you're like, oh, this is gonna be the wacky comic book movie that I've been waiting for, you will like it. The acting is very good.
Casting is good.
Yeah, the acting is pretty good. The casting is really good. I think the casting is pretty on point in terms of how they all look. And I would say there are things I don't like, but there are also things I do like about it. But overall, if you just want to watch a pretty decent superhero film, I would say go for it. If you're even mildly interested, I would say go watch it. But I would say for me, I had more negative criticism for it. than positive. But yeah. Without ruling, I am a Superman fan, but still liked it. I didn't mind the things that people did not like. Yeah. So if you liked it, that's great, right? Because if this movie does really well, we're going to get the DCU. We're gonna get Batman. But the thing is that I don't want Batman to be like I'm gonna say it again. When Batman shows up, and then James Gunn, I'm not sure how involved he is gonna be for that. And then you're gonna have like, when I was a young boy, my father. I don't want that, man. Make it dark and brooding. He's the Dark Knight and stuff like that. So yeah. But overall, overall, I enjoyed what it was, but I had a lot of criticisms. I had a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't hate it as much as Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, but I don't look at it. I don't look at that movie in a positive. Like I would rather, to be honest with you, I would rather go watch Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was only one song in the movie, so they didn't do the whole song. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, Adam West, A Bright Night. True. All right, there it is. That is our stream. We will be back on Friday. We'll be back on Friday with that real fake wizard. The real fake wizard will be on. But yo, Mitchell Fields at the 5. I was thinking there was one person Superman could be with. His butt is too strong with anyone he thrusts. He would be destroyed. Supergirl, his cousin. You could have said Wonder Woman, but you're saying that he's gonna be a cousin humper. Thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. Yeah, I respected their opinion, but I didn't like Man of Steel. It's cool. A lot of people did not like Man of Steel. I know that Tom Connors Jr. from Midnight's Edge did not like. He hates the Snyder stuff. So hey, it's cool, man. It's cool. But anyways, chat. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. We will see you guys on Friday. For next week, we will not be live on Saturday. We'll be moved to Friday. You guys will be rated over to Smash JT. So go ahead and give put a bunch of egg emotes or something like that in the chat. But thank you guys. Really appreciate it. They're fighting about it on Flashcast. Do you guys want to go to Flashcast or Smash JT? Which one? It's up to you guys. As of right now, we'll have you over to Smash JT. But thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Subscribe everything. To all our subs or whatever you guys want to. Thank you. And we'll see you guys next week. Take care.